बिहारी जय राधा माधव कुंज बिहारी जय गोपी जन वल्लभा गिरिवरधारी यशोदानंदन व्रज जन रंजन यमुनतीरा वनचारी जय राधा माधव कुंज बिहारी जय राधा माधव कुंज बिहारी जय ओम विष्णुपाद परमहंस परिव्राजकाचार्य अष्टोत्तर सहस्री हिज डिवाइन ग्रेस AC भक्ति वेदांत स्वामी श्रील प्रभुपाद की जय। जय ओम विष्णुपाद परमहंस परिव्राजकाचार्य अष्टोत्तर सहस्री हिज डिवाइन ग्रेस भक्ति सिद्धांत सरस्वती ठाकुर श्रील प्रभुपाद की जय। अनंत कोटि वैष्णव वृंद की जय। नामाचार्य श्रील हरिदास ठाकुर की जय। ग्रंथराज श्रीमद् भागवतम की जय। निताय गौर प्रेमानंदे समवेद गौर भक्त वृंद की जय। समवेद गौर भक्त वृंद की जय। श्री श्री गुरु और गौरांग की जय। ओम नमो भगवते वासुदेवाय। ओम नमो भगवते वासुदेवाय। ओम नमो भगवते वासुदेवाय। नारायणं नमस्कृत्य नरं चैव नरोत्तमं देवीं सरस्वतीं व्यासं ततो जयमुदीरयेत्। नष्टप्रायेष्वभद्रेषु नित्यं भागवत सेवया भगवतीर्उत्तमश्लोके भक्तिर्भवती नैष्टिकी। कृष्णाय वासुदेवाय देवकीनन्दनाय च नन्दगोपकुमाराय गोविन्दाय नमो नमः। ॐ अज्ञानतिमिरन्दस्य ज्ञानाञ्जनशलाकया चक्षुरोन्मिलितं येन तस्मै श्रीगुरवे नमः। श्रीचैतन्यमनोभीष्टं स्थापितं येन भूतले स्वयं रूप कदा मह्यं ददाति स्वपदान्तिकम्। वन्देऽहं श्रीगुरो श्रीयुतापदकमलं श्रीगुरून् वैष्णवांश्च श्रीरूपं साग्रजातां सहगणा रघुनाथान्वितं तां सजीवं साद्वैतं सावधूतं परिजनासहितं कृष्णचैतन्यदेवं Shri Radha Krishna Padan Sahagana Lalita Shri Vishakanvitamscha He Krishna Karuna Sindhu Deenabandho Jagatpate Gopesha Gopika Kanta Radha Kanta Namostute Tapta Kanchana Gaurangi Radhe Vrindavaneshwari Vrishabhanu Sute Devi Pranamami Hari Priye Vancha Kalpatarubhyascha Kripa Sindhubhya Evacha Patitanam Pavanebhyo Vaishnavebhyo Namo Namaha Jaya Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhar Srivasadi Gaura Bhakta Vrinda Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare. So we discussed 3 chapters till yesterday. 71st chapter mainly we saw Uddhava giving guidance to Krishna about what should be done first. Now, according to the guidance of Krishna, Uddhava, Krishna comes to Hastinapura, Indraprastha, how Krishna was received by the Pandavas. That's what we saw in the 71st chapter. Yudhishthira Maharaj gave a new experience of guest reception to Krishna every day. 72nd chapter, Yudhishthira Maharaj expresses his desire to perform the Rajasuya Yajna. The heart of a preacher, the heart of a devotee is that he cannot tolerate the blasphemy of the Lord and he wants to establish the position of Krishna as the Supreme Personality of Godhead. Krishna approves the proposal of Yudhishthira Maharaj and then Yudhishthira Maharaj sends different brothers in different directions. And then when they saw that Jarasandha was not conquered, according to the guidance of Krishna, Yudhishthira Maharaj sends Bhima, Arjuna and Krishna to Magadha Desha and how they disguise themselves as the Brahmanas and they come to Magadha Desha. And the fight between Bhima and Jarasandha was described, how Bhima was able to kill Jarasandha under the guidance of Krishna, who is called as Amoga Darshanaha, the 72nd chapter. And then in the 73rd chapter, we saw how the kings who were released by Krishna after killing Jarasandha, how they offered very profound devotional prayers. The kings were filled with humility, self-control, and deep sincerity within. So the kings did not blame Jarasandha for their condition, rather they blamed themselves. And they said that it is Krishna's mercy that Krishna had put them in that condition. Never again we desire a position of a king. Because of that, one becomes maddened with different pride. And then Krishna gives respect to the kings the way they deserve. And then after they go back to their kingdoms, how Krishna returns to Indraprastha. That's what we saw in the 73rd chapter. Now we'll enter the 74th chapter. Shri Shuka Uvacha Yevam Yudhishthiro Raja Jarasandavadam Vibhoh Krishnasya chanubhavam tam Shrutva Pritastam Abravit. Henry.
Shukdev Goswami said, having thus heard of the killing of Jarasandha and also of Almighty Krishna's wonderful power, King Yudhishthir addressed the Lord as follows with great pleasure.
The 74th chapter, we will see that how the Rajasuya Yajna is performed with the help of the Brahmanas. And then during the time of Agra Puja, how Shishupal will be killed. That is described in this chapter. And then how after the killing of Shishupala, at the end of the Rajasuya Yajna, the seed for the Mahabharata Yuddha will be planted. The enmity between Duryodhana and Yudhishthira. That is the summary of this chapter. So Jiva Goswami says that Yudhishthira Maharaj, after hearing in this shloka, the word Raja is used to address Yudhishthira Maharaj, because now Yudhishthira Maharaj, after Jarasandha is killed, Yudhishthira Maharaj is the unrivaled emperor. Therefore, the word Raja is used. And Yudhishthira Maharaj is addressing Krishna by the word Vibhoho, or he is going to address Krishna by the word Vibhoho. So Yudhishthira Maharaj, he accepted it is only because of Krishna's guidance, Krishna's power, or Krishna's Aishwarya, they were able to kill Jarasandha. श्री युधिष्ठिर ने जरासंध के वध को श्री कृष्ण का एक प्रभाव ही माना. अतः युधिष्ठिर बोले, हे प्रभु, जरासंध का यह वध आपका प्रभाव ही है. They never accepted credit for killing Jarasandha. They fully gave credit to Krishna. Even in the first canto, 15th chapter, after the disappearance of Krishna, when Arjuna is recollecting various incidents, there also Arjuna says that Yat Tejasa Nripashirongrim Ahan Makartam Aryonujas Tavagajayuta Sattva Virya Tenakhrita Pramatanata Makaya Bhupa Yanmochita Sadanayam Balimadvarete. Only by his strength, by Krishna's strength, Bhima, endowed with the strength and enthusiasm of 10,000 elephants, killed Jarasandha, at whose feet king surrendered for the purpose of the sacrifice. So there also, only because of Krishna's mercy, were able to kill Jarasandha. Arjuna also acknowledges that. Now Yudhishthira is actually speaking. Shri Yudhishthira Uvacha Yesyustrailokyya Guravaha Sarve Lokamaheshwaraha Vahanti Durlabham Labdhva Shirasai Vanushasanam.
Shri Yudhishthir Maharaj said, all the exalted spiritual masters of the three worlds, together with the inhabitants and rulers of the various planets, carry on their heads your command, which is rarely obtained.
So Yudhishthira Maharaj is glorifying Krishna. So all the Lokapalas, they only carry out your commands, which is very rarely obtained. That means Krishna's command comes through two ways. Either directly from his mouth or through the Veda Shastras. So the people accept your commands either directly coming from your mouth or to the Shastras, and they accept that with great love. Sabhavanara Vindaksho Deenanamishamanina Dattenushanam Bhumam Tadatyanta Vidambanam.
That you, the lotus-eyed Supreme Lord, accept the orders of wretched fools who presume themselves rulers is a great pretense on your part, O all-pervading one.
So here, Yudhishthira Maharaj is putting himself in a humble position. He says that we are all very fallen people. Atyanta deena hai. But although we are so low, but we consider ourselves to be Bhupati and Narapati. Deenanam Isha Maninam. So therefore, actually, we deserve to be punished. We consider ourselves to be Bhupati and Narapati. Dattenu Shanam. We deserve to be punished. But Bhumam Stad Atyanta Vidambanam. But actually, you take our orders, you accept our orders, and you follow our orders. You follow our orders. This is something, your pastime is extremely bewildering. Tad atyanta vidambanam. You are actually, you are endowed with all the powers. Although you are endowed with all the powers, but you actually carry out our orders. This is nothing but your Leela. So Yudhishthira Maharaj is saying that हम जैसे दीन अकिंचन और अनेक दुखों से दुखी व्यक्तियों के भी अनुशासन को शिरसा धारण करते हो. Although दीन होने पर भी हम राजा होने के अभिमान को धारण किए हुए हैं. We consider ourselves to be kings. In this way, that they are saying that you are this pastime that you are carrying out our orders, it is something bewildering to us. Nahyekasyaadvitiyasya brahmana paramatmanah
Brahmana Paramatmana
karmabir vardate tejo
Karmabir Vardate Tejo
hasate chayataravehe.
Sate Chayatarave.
But,
But of course, the power of the Absolute Truth, the Supreme Soul, the Primal One without a second, is neither increased nor diminished by his activities, any more than the sun's power is by its movements.
So they are saying that although you carry out our orders, or sometimes you may give orders to others, because of giving orders to others, it's not that your power increases or your glory is increasing, or because of taking orders of us, your glory is diminishing. We may see sun in the evening time, sunlight is going dim, or in the noon time, sunlight is increasing. It appears that sun is increasing in its power, increasing in its effulgence. Sun is decreasing in its effulgence. It appears to our eyes. But in truth, sun's effulgence, sun's heat is never increasing or decreasing. It is always filled with the same power. So similarly, although it appears that when you give orders that your influence is increasing, or when you take orders, it seems that your influence has reduced. But the truth is that ekasya advitiyasya brahmana paramatmanah. Advitiyasya brahmanah paramatmanah. The truth is that there is no second person to you. You are a non-dual reality. You are the supreme Brahman. So there is no second person. There is nobody equal to you. Your glory is never diminished just because of taking our orders. It is only because of your karuna, because of your mercy, that you are taking our orders and then carrying out those orders. Then one more shloka he says, Navai tejita bhaktana mamahamiti madavaha tvam taveti cha nanadhi pashunamiva vaikrita.
O unconquerable Madhava, even your devotees make no distinctions of I and mine, you and yours, for this is the perverted mentality of animals.
So here, Yudhishthira Maharaj is saying, even your devotees make no distinctions. Even they are free from false ego. So if your devotees don't make any distinctions, then what to speak of you? You definitely, you cannot have any ahankara. Therefore, it is only because of your mercy that you carried out our orders. It's only because of your mercy that you carried out our orders. It's not because of that. It's not because that. So you are partial towards us, or you have a Beda Bhava towards us. Yeah, Krishna is partial to his devotees, but it's not because of some Beda Bhava that you carry out the orders of those who flatter you, and you give orders to those people who don't respect you. So actually, even your devotees are free from false ego, then what to speak of you? Therefore, it is only because of your kripa that you carry out our orders. In this way, Yudhishthira Maharaj is glorifying Krishna. Shri Shuka Uvacha Yityuktva Yagniye Kale Vavre Yuktansa Ritvijaha Krishnanu Modita Partho Brahmanan Brahmavadinaha.
Shukadev Goswami said, having said this, King Yudhishthir waited until the proper time for the sacrifice was at hand. Then, with Lord Krishna's permission, he selected suitable priest, all expert authorities on the Vedas, to execute the sacrifice.
So in the Mahabharata also it is described that Yudhishthir asked Vyasadev to take charge of the sacrifice. Vyasadev himself became the chief priest, Brahma. So there are 4 priests, Brahma, Advaryu, Udgata, and Hota. Vyasadev became Brahma. Then he appointed Yajnavalkya, Soshama, Paila, and Daumya rishis as his assistants. Together they constructed the 6 sacrificial altars in the vast compound marked out at a sacred place near the city. So the description of who all were appointed, what all sages were present, that is described in the next shlokas. So in this way, after hearing इस प्रकार कहकर धर्मराज युधिष्ठिर ने भगवान श्री कृष्ण की अनुमति से यज्ञ के योग्य समय आने पर यज्ञ के कर्मों में निपुण वेदवादी ब्राह्मणों को ऋत्विज आचार्य आदि के रूप में वर्ण किया। द्वैपायन, कृष्ण द्वैपायन, भारद्वाज, सुमंतु, गौतम, असित, वशिष्ठ, चवण ऋषि, कण्व ऋषि, मैत्रेय ऋषि, and then मैत्रेय, कवश ऋषि, त्रित ऋषि, विश्वामित्र, वामदेव, सुमति, जैमिनी, क्रतु, पैल, पाराशर, गर्ग, वैशंपायन, अथर्वा, कश्यप, धौम्य, परशुराम, शुक्राचार्य, आसुरी, वीतिहोत्र, मधुचंदा, वीरसेन और अकृतवर्ण. All these people, they all took part in the arrangement and the performance of the sacrifice. 10th shloka. Upahutastata chanye drona bhishma kripadayah dhritarashtra sahasuto vidurascha mahamatihi brahmana kshatriya vaishya shudra yajnadidrikshavaha तत्रेयुः सर्वराजानो राज्ञा प्रकृतयो नृप. The shlokas are combined.
O king, others who were invited included Drona, Bhishma, Kripa, Dhritarashtra with his sons, the wise Vidura, and many other Brahmanas, Kshatriyas, Vaishyas, and Shudras, all eager to witness the sacrifice. Indeed, all the kings came there with their entourages. Entourages.
So, it is described, Yudhishthira asked Bhishma and Drona to oversee the organization for the sacrifice. Dushasana was put in charge of food distribution, prasadam distribution. Ashwatthama was solicited to look after the Brahmanas. Duryodhana was appointed to receive all the gifts that were brought for Yudhishthira. And Vidura became the master of the treasury. Krishna, with a desire to gain their blessings, personally undertook the task of washing the Brahmins' feet as they arrived. So, then further. So there are four priests who are in charge of the 4 parts of the Vedas: Rik, Yajur, Sam, Atharva. So each of those priests have a particular role in the sacrifice. Brahma, Hota, Advaryu, and Udgata. Somebody will be making the different arrangements for the sacrifice. Somebody will be chanting the mantras. Somebody will be actually mainly involved in the sacrifice. Somebody will be little overseeing the others. That sense, each of the priests have the particular role. Brahma also have a particular role. Not the Brahma. So Brahma is one of those 4 priests who are in charge in the sacrifice, and he is assisted by many other assistants.
Karna was not called. Karna is there?
Karna?
Huh?
Which I don't know. Next shloka. Tataste deva yajanam brahmana swarna langalaihi krishtva tatra yatam nayam dikshayan chakrire nripam.
The Brahmana priest then plowed the sacrificial ground with golden plowshares and initiated King Yudhishthir for the sacrifice in accordance with the traditions set down by standard authorities.
Yatha amnayam dikshayan chakrire. So there is a particular diksha which is given before the performance of the sacrifice. There's a, anybody know that name? A particular diksha which is given in the fourth canto, 31st chapter. When Narada Muni was instructing Prachetas, these three, uh, one is a person takes birth from the father and mother. A human being can be reformed from the Shaukra Janma. Shaukra Janma is the seminal birth. And then after this birth, then a person gets, then when a person becomes a Dvija, he gets the second birth. There's a Diksha. And then before before performing the sacrifice, he gets another Diksha. So these three Dikshas are mentioned. So for example, if one is initiated by a proper person, he can be accepted as a twice born immediately. By chanting the Hare Krishna mantra and following the regulative principles, one becomes qualified to be initiated as a Brahmana. This is called as a Yajnika Janma. So if you see the shloka, Kim Jarmabis Tribirveha Shaukra Savitra Yajnikaihi Karmabirva Trayi Proktai Pumsopi Vibudayusha 4.31.10. Shaukra Janma, Savitra Janma, and Yajnika Janma. These are the three births. Shaukra Janma is the seminal birth, and then Savitra Janma, when a person is given the Brahman Diksha. Yajnika Janma is a Diksha given before the sacrifice. So Narada Muni says that what is the use of all these three births if a person does not come to the point of engaging in devotional service? So here Yudhishthira Maharaj is given the Diksha meant for performing the Yajna. Haima Kilopakarana 13th shloka. Haima Kilopakarana Varunasya Yata Pura Indradayo Lokapala Virincha Bhava Samyutaha Sagana Siddha Gandharva Vidyadhara Mahoragaha Munayo Yaksha Rakshamsi Khagakinnara Charanaha Rajanascha Samahuta Rajapatnyascha Sarvashah Rajasuyam Samiyusma Rajnya Pandusutasya Vai Menire Krishna Bhaktasya Tupapannama Vismitaha Ayajayan Maharajam Yajaka Deva Varchasah Rajasuyena Vidivat Prachetasamiva Maraha.
Translation. The utensils used in the sacrifice were made of gold, just as in the ancient Rasuya performed by Lord Varuna. Indra, Brahma, Shiva, and many other planetary rulers, the Siddhas and the Gandharvas with their entourage, the Vidyadharas, great serpents, sages, Yakshas, Rakshasas, celestial birds, Kinnaras, Chanaras, and earthly kings, all were invited. And indeed, they all came from every direction to the Rasuya sacrifice of King Yudhishthir, the son of Pandu. They were not in the least astonished to see the opulence of the sacrifice, since it was quite appropriate for a devotee of Lord Krishna. The priest, as powerful as gods, performed the Rasuya sacrifice for King Yudhishthir in accordance with the Vedic injunctions. just as the demigods had previously performed it for Varuna.
So just previously the Devatas performed the sacrifice for Varuna. So similarly here, in the same way, here the priests are performing the sacrifice for Yudhishthira Maharaj. And some of the words, Haima Kilopakarana, all the utensils were used were made of gold. So Menire Krishna Bhaktasya Supapannam Avismitaha. Avismitaha. So they were not surprised because they felt that a Krishna Bhakta like Yudhishthira Maharaj deserves such an opulence. So they were not surprised to see such an opulence. So वे सब आश्चर्य बुद्धि से रहित अविस्मित थे, क्योंकि युधिष्ठिर तो स्वयं भगवान के भक्त ही थे. And also, you see, in one of the shlokas, Pandu Sutasya Vai, Pandu Sutta is mentioned. Why Pandu Sutta is mentioned? Because Yudhishthira Maharaj, by performing the Rajasuya Yajna, he is also spreading the fame of his father Pandu. That is also indicated here. Narada Muni in the tells Yudhishthira Maharaj in the Mahabharata, I went to Pitruloka, I went to higher planets, there I met your father Pandu, and he has given a message for you. He has told you to perform the Rajasuya sacrifice. Narada Muni tells that. So Pandu Sutta is indicated. And then in this, the 16th shloka, Ayajayan Maharajam Yajaka Deva Varchasaha. The word Deva Varchasaha is commented by the Acharyas. Deva Varchasaha means Devat Adikam Vachaha Yesham. देवताओं से भी अधिक वर्चस, देवताओं से भी अधिकता उन्होंने युधिष्ठिर से वैसे ही यज्ञ करवाया जैसे देवर्षि आदि ने देवताओं में यज्ञ कराया था. तो देवात अधिकम वचः येषाम. So the Vyasadeva and other Brahmanas present. So previously it was mentioned that previously Devatas performed the Rajasuya sacrifice for Varuna. Now the Brahmanas headed by Vyasa are performing the sacrifice for Yudhishthira. So here the Brahmanas headed by Vyasa, they are called by the word Deva Varchasa. And here Deva Varchasa is used, the word is used in the Madhyama Padalopi Samasa. There is a one particular kind of samasa, means compound word. Compound word. Pitambaraha. Pitam ambaram yasya saha. Pitambaraha is a compound word, samasa. There is a one particular type of samasa called as Madhyama Padalopi Samasa. So there are three padas, three words are there. But when the samasa is formed, the middle term disappears. So every samasa has a vigraha vakya, explanatory sentence. So Deva Varchasa is a samasa. The explanatory sentence for Deva Varchasa is Devat Adhikam Vachaha Yesham. Those who had effulgence higher than the Devatas. Those who had a Teja, effulgence higher than the Devatas. So the Devat Adhikam Vachaha Yesham, the middle term Adhikam, that disappears in the course of forming the samasa. So the Deva Varchasa, the Adhikam word is not seen. So according to the Madhyama Pada Lopi Samasa, this middle term disappears. So So here Jiva Goswami is mentioning this point. Why is mentioning this? Because in order to highlight that how the Rajasuya Yajna performed by Yudhishthira Maharaj is even more glorious than the sacrifice performed by Varuna. For Varuna, one may say, oh, Devatas performed the sacrifice for Varuna. One may say, what a great sacrifice it must be. But here, oh, these sages only are performing. But what kind of sages? Those sages who had effulgence higher than the Devatas, they performed a sacrifice for Yudhishthira. Devat adhikam vachaha yesham. Such kind of sages. That means the people who are performing the sacrifice were even more qualified, more powerful than the Devatas who performed the sacrifice for Varuna. So that is actually indicated by Jiva Goswami. जिन श्री व्यास आदि का तेज देवताओं से भी अधिकता उन्होंने युधिष्ठिर से वैसे ही यज्ञ करवाया जैसे देवर्षि आदि ने देवताओं से यज्ञ कराया था. So Jiva Goswami is mentioning. Next shloka.
Varuna also performed Rashtriya sacrifice. Varuna.
Varuna.
So Rashtriya means it is performed on heavenly planets also or only earthly planets? Like, he has to conquer all the kings before performing sacrifice. So heavenly planets, what is the meaning of that? He conquered all the demigods, demons, like that? Or
this is the qualification for performing the Rajasuya sacrifice. Definitely he must have been. Varuna must have conquered, or others might have accepted Varuna as a.
including the earthly kings.
Yes. That is the qualification for Rajasuya sacrifice. So Madhyama Pada Lopi Samasa, I will just mention, because it's a slight digression. Hari Parshat Prabhu was explaining Shri Krishna Sankirtanam. So for that, Shri Krishna Sankirtanam. So in that he was mentioning how the Shri Krishna Sankirtanam can also be seen as a Madhyama Padalopi Samasa, and then various meanings can be given to Shri Krishna Sankirtanam. So what are those meanings? Shri Yukta Sankirtanam. That is one meaning. Shri Yukta Sankirtanam. I don't know whether I have. Madhyama Pada Lopi. Madhyama Pada, the middle term. Lopi. Lopi means disappearance. Lopa. Lopa hona matlab disappearing. Madhyama Pada disappears. So I don't know where I noted that, but Shri Krishna Sankirtanam, Hari Parshad Prabhu, this Shikshashtagam class was mentioning that Shri Krishna Sankirtanam can be seen as, you can read around. Yeah, Shri Anugatam Krishna Sankirtanam. That means Sankirtana under the guidance of Shri refers to Srimati Radharani. Shri Anugatam Krishna Sankirtanam. Sankirtana performed under the guidance of Srimati Radharani. Shri Pradattam Krishna Sankirtanam. Sankirtana bestowed by Srimati Radharani. Pradattam. Shri Anugruhitam Krishna Sankirtanam. Sankirtana which is blessed by Srimati Radharani. Shri Yuktam Krishna Sankirtanam. Sankirtana which is Krishna Sankirtanam accompanied by Shri Radha Sankirtana. So in this, all these Vigraha Vakya, the middle term Anugatam, Pradattam, Anugrahitam, Yuktam, these are the middle terms that disappears in the course of the formation of the samasa. So beautifully, it's Hari Parshad Prabhu's devotional, or we can say, realization or whatever. Sri Krishna Sankirtana. So Jiva Goswami is mentioning the same Madhyama Padalopi Samasa here.
Roji, I want to.
Huh.
Like here, it is compared. The rishis are compared that with devatas. So generally in Vyas Puja,
is mentioned that it's not comparison. Is not mentioned. They had a greater effulgence. They had greater influence than the devatas. Such rishis performed, like that it is mentioned. What the comparison which is used in the shloka is that just like the devatas performed a sacrifice for Varuna, rishis performed a sacrifice for Yudhishthir.
Okay.
But Jiva Goswami is adding one more point. The rishis here they had greater effulgence than the devatas. Like that.
So, it is not comparison. Is it comparison or not?
The comparison of the comparison is there in the shloka. One way it is comparison, just like the devatas performed for Aruna, the rishis headed by Vyasa performed for Yudhishthir. The whole, and then within that comparison, like whenever in a comparison, sometimes certain qualities will be common, some qualities will be different. So Jiva Goswami is also pointing out a certain difference in the comparison. The rishis were even more, they had greater effulgence than the devatas. So next shloka, 17. Sautyehanyavani yajakan sadasaspatin apujayan mahabhagan yatavat susamahitah.
On the day of extracting the Soma juice, King Yudhishthir properly and very attentively worshipped the priests and the most exalted personalities of the assembly.
So, as part of the sacrifice, there is a ritual, maybe towards the end of the sacrifice. Soma lata, from that one has to extract the Soma rasa. So at that time, the Agra Puja ceremony also takes place. Sadasyagryarhanarham vai vimrishantas sabasadah nadya gachan nanaikantyat sahadevastadabravit.
The members of the assembly then pondered over who among them should be worshipped first. But since there were many personalities qualified for this honor, they were unable to decide. Finally, Sahadev spoke up.
So at that time, सोमलता से रस निकालने के दिन सभा में जो भी श्रेष्ठ जन थे तथा जो परम पुण्यवान थे उन्हें योग्यता क्रम से पूजा गया, यथावत पूजा गया। वे युधिष्ठिर दिग्विजय आदि के कारण पृथ्वीपति थे और श्रद्धा आदि से युक्त भी थे। So at that time, the Agra Puja has to be performed. So Agra Puja, it means that Agre Arhana Arham. Agra refers to Agre, Arghana, Argham. So they were all contemplating about who is the person who is most worthy to be worshipped in the Agra Puja. So at that time, there was a difference in the opinion. There was no consensus. They were not arriving at a consensus. And also there were many people in the Sabha who were not really aware of the position of Krishna. So many of the people were having different doubts. So at that time, there was so much of maybe matabhed was there, some discussion were taking place. Like we can compare with the first canto end. And Parishad Maharaj asked a question, what is the duty of a person about to die? What is the duty of a person in all circumstances? So there were matabhed, different people, different sages were giving different opinion. That's one nice article. I think Krishna Dharma Prabhu or somebody wrote an article. How different sages were giving different opinions. And then finally, they all agreed, okay, let Shukdev Goswami speak up. Let him give the answer. So at that time, similarly here, there was so much of difference of opinion about who is the person who deserves to be worshipped in the Agra Puja. So at that time, फिर इस यज्ञ में श्री कृष्ण ने ही, and then some of the people were saying that, some people were saying, okay, Krishna should be worshipped. But then some other people said that, see, Krishna in this yajna, he is performing the service of washing the feet. How can he be worshipped in the Agra Puja? Like that, others were giving the akshepa for that. So then at that time, Sakadeva got up and then he started speaking. So we don't hear sometimes about Sakadeva often, but Sakadeva's devotion to Krishna comes in the forefront here. So in the Bhagavatam, we see all the Pandavas' characters, their devotional aspect is highlighted in different sections. Kunti Maharani, only her prayers come in the Bhagavatam. Apart from that, we don't see Kunti Maharani in the Bhagavatam. Arjuna's devotion comes in the first canto, 15th chapter, and maybe to some extent, 7th chapter, punishment of Ashwatthama. Otherwise, Arjuna is not Mahavishnu stealing the sons. And then some places it comes. And then Bhishma Dev, he comes only in the first canto. So in that way, of course, all these personalities, they had a long life, but Bhagavatam highlights that the heart of these personalities, the devotional emotions, whichever episode highlights that, Bhagavatam speaks about that. Sakadev's devotional mood will come in this particular section. And if you want to know their whole life story, how they lived, then for that one has to read Mahabharata. But Sakadev's devotional, this one is highlighted in this particular section because Sakadeva is going to establish the position of Krishna. No, there were different sages. There were people from different sages were there. Some of them were, it's not that all of them may be pure devotees. Vedavyasa was there, but Bhishma was there, Narada was there. Many other sages were also there. It's a very confidential, rare knowledge. When Krishna is present, many people consider Krishna to be some powerful historical personality. Hmm.
They did not speak because they said that we are not asked. Let somebody speak, and after that, if he is not correctly speaking, we'll add it. It's mentioned by Sagat Thakur.
Ah,
Therefore, they did not speak anything.
okay, okay. Ah. Ah. Yeah, Chakravarti Pa's purport, I'll read. Chakravarti Pa is saying that सभासदों के बीच सभी सभासद अग्र पूजा के योग व्यक्ति की निश्चय नहीं कर पाए। यद्यपि वहां बहुत से योग्य व्यक्ति उपस्थित थे, परंतु वे एकांत निर्णय नहीं कर पा रहे थे क्योंकि पूजा योग्य व्यक्ति भी बहुत से थे। कुछ अन्य सभासद अल्पज्ञ ही थे, वह अनिश्चय में डूबे थे। ब्रह्मा, रुद्र, वेदव्यास जैसे भी थे, परंतु उन्होंने सोचा कि हमसे अभी पूछा नहीं गया है। फिर भी यह सहदेव जन्मजात रूप में सभी परीक्षाओं में प्रवीण होने के कारण विख्यात हैं, उसे बोलने दो। यदि वह नहीं बोलता है या देव योग से सही तथ्य को बोलना नहीं जानता है, तब हम बिना पूछे जाने पर भी सही बात कर डालेंगे। ऐसा मन में निश्चय कर ब्रह्मा, व्यास आदि चुप ही बैठे रहे। यह समझना चाहिए। When Sagadev started speaking, that they felt that Sagadev speak. Suppose if Sagadev is unable to speak, then we will actually speak up even without being asked. Like that. But also Chakravarti Pad mentioned that some of the other people were not able to come to your proper conclusion. Huh? Alpagya. Huh? Yeah, next shloka. Huh.
Cause of all the massacre. Krishna is the cause of all massacre, so he wanted to punish Krishna. So Krishna came to Dwarka after this war and all. So he was still convinced that Uttanka, and he was Rishi, he was not just any less intelligent person. But he was not knowing who is Krishna. So Krishna showed him Virat Rup there. And then he could understand that Krishna. So there were people, sages also, they were not aware actually. He is Krishna.
Next shloka. So Shakadev starts speaking from the 19th shloka. Arhati hyachyuta shraishtyam Bhagavan Satvatam Patihi Yesha Vai Devata Sarva Desha Kala Dhanadayah.
Sahadev said, certainly it is Achyuta, the supreme personality of Godhead and chief of the Yadavas, who deserves the highest position. In truth, he himself comprises all the demigods worshipped in sacrifice, along with such aspects of the worship as the sacred place, the time, and the paraphernalia.
Achyuta, definitely Achyuta is the person who deserves to be worshipped because he is endowed with all the good qualities, and he is Bhagavan because naturally he is endowed with all the Aishwaryas. Satvatam Pati. Satvatam Pati, that means he is the Swami of all the Satvatas, the Vaishnavas. Or Satvatam Pati means he is the Swami of all the Yadavas. And Sagadev also says that येष वै देवता सर्व देशकाल दणादयः. That means that यज्ञ में जो प्रसिद्ध देवता होते हैं वे भी कृष्ण की शक्ति से ही देवता रूपता धारण किए हुए होते हैं. They get the position of the devatas, or they get the devatva, they get their power only because of Krishna. Desha kala danadayah. Desha kala danadayah, it means that it is mentioned that Bhishma Pitamaha, during the Agra Puja, he told Yudhishthira Maharaj, Hey Yudhishthira, Acharya Ritvija Samyukta Brahmana Snataka Priyajana, 6 people, तथा समागत राजगण, ये 6 अर्घ देने के योग्य कहे गए हैं. Out of these 6 people, you choose the most important person and you offer Agra Puja to such a person. Like that Bhishma told. So, Krishna, so therefore, Sakadev is going to tell that out of all these 6 people, Krishna is the one, the most deserving person, because only by Krishna's mercy, whether devatas or these Snataka Brahmanas or the Rishis or the Ritvijas, all these people, they get their position, they get their strength and they get their power only because of Krishna. So therefore, when that Krishna, Swayam Bhagavan, is present, then he deserves to be worshipped first, because by his mercy only all others get their empowerment. That's what Sakadev is trying to highlight. Varuna's Yagya, they must have selected somebody. I don't know who. Among them, among whoever was present, somebody must have been selected. Varuna, I'm not aware if somebody else performed. Varuna's Rajasya Yagya, it must have been described in some Puranas or Mahabharata, it might have been described. Soma also, no? Somewhere I remember. Okay. Correct. Soma performed. Maybe we can do some research. Who did Agra Puja? Who was given the respect in Agra Puja? Soma Yagya and then Varunas.
In Mahabharata, it mentioned afterwards, we still didn't want to perform Rasi sacrifice, but he was told no, unless till the time one who already did sacrifice Rasiya, if he's still present, you can't perform. Something like that was. What is the reason?
Because he was already unrivaled emperor, Yudhishthira Maharaj. Some conditions are there. Duryodhan, he has to conquer all the other kings. So therefore, Duryodhan must have been given permission. Next shloka. Yadatmakam vishvam kratavascha yadatmakaha agnirahuto mantra sankyam yogascha yatparaha. So one more shloka. एक एवाद्वितीयासाओ एव ताद्यमिदं जगत्
Atmyamidam
आत्मनात्माश्रयः सभ्या सृजत्यवति हन्त्यजः.
The entire universe is founded upon him, as are the great sacrificial performances with their sacred fires, oblations, and mantras. Sankhya and Yoga both aim toward him, the one without a second. O assembly members, that unborn Lord, relying solely on himself, creates, maintains, and destroys the cosmos by his personal energies, and thus the existence of this universe depends on him alone.
So yad atmakam idam vishwam. श्री कृष्ण ही सभी वैभव, तेज, रश्मि एवं छाया आदि के मूल रूप आत्मा या सूर्य हैं. अशेष विश्व भी उनसे ही उत्पन्न हुआ है. द होल यूनिवर्स हैज एमिनेटेड फ्रॉम हिम. क्रतवश्च यद आत्मकः. ही इज द personification of all the sacrifices, the mantras, and Sankhya, the path of Sankhya, Ashtanga Yoga, all these are actually coming from him only. कृष्ण का आश्रय लेकर ही प्रवृत्त होते हैं. And एक एव अद्वितीयोऽसौ, एक एव, there is nobody without, there is nobody equal to him. एक एव, एक है अर्थात कोई सजातीय व्यक्ति उनकी सहायता करने वाला नहीं है. अद्वितीय है अर्थात विजातीय व्यक्ति उनकी सहायता करने वाला नहीं है. नेदर ये सजातीय व्यक्ति नार विजातीय व्यक्ति can provide assistance to Krishna, or Krishna is not dependent on the assistance of anybody, either sajatiya or vijatiya vyakti. And eka eva, the word eva is used, by that it is implied that there is no work which Krishna cannot perform. किसी भी कार्य को करने में श्री कृष्ण में असंभावना नहीं की जा सकती. And then Atmyamidam Jagat. Aitad Atmyam, that means ये जगत उनसे ही सिद्ध होता है. वे आत्माश्रय हैं. He is the shelter of this whole jagat. Srijat yavati hantyaja. He only creates, maintains, and annihilates. And then vividaniha karmani janayan yad avekshaya ihate yadayam sarva shreya dharmadi lakshanam. Whatever activities which people perform in the dharma, artha, kama, all these things people can get the result only by Krishna's mercy. Only by Krishna's anugraha, the whole universe in which the people perform so many activities, vividani karmani, dharma adi lakshan, so they can get the result of those activities only by Krishna's mercy. And therefore he says, tasmat krishnaya mahate diyata paramarhanam evam chet sarvabhutanam atmanascha arhanam bhavet. So therefore tasmat mahate krishnaya parama arhanam. Therefore, so this Krishna who is the topmost, he only deserves to be done the agra puja. Parama arhana means he is the right person who is the recipient of the agra puja. Parama arhanam diyatam. Chet evam sarvabhutanam atmanahacha arhanam bhavet. When you worship Krishna, if you do the agra puja to Krishna, सर्वभूतानाम आत्मनः च अर्हणं भवेत्. Then समस्त प्राणियों की और अपने भी पूजा हो जाती है, because Krishna is given the agra puja. Then by that you are also respecting all other people also properly, just like the shloka yata taror mula nishechanena tripyanti tatskanda bhujopushaka. In the same mood for Sahadev was saying that. इसलिए सबसे महान भगवान श्री कृष्ण का ही अग्र पूजा होना चाहिए. इनकी पूजा करने से समस्त प्राणियों की पूजा अपने आप हो जाती है. Like by watering, by feeding the food to the stomach, all the other parts naturally automatically get nourished. Next shloka is very important. This shloka can also be for any donation efforts actually. This shloka can be highlighted, it can be put. सर्वभूतात्म भूताय कृष्णाय अनन्य दर्शिने देयं शांताय पूर्णाय दत्तस्य अनंत्यमिच्छता. दत्तस्य अनंत्यमिच्छता. If you want say be unlimited say wealth, you want to give something but the expectation that you want to get more in return, then you give it to Krishna only. Sarva bhutanam, so dattasya anantyam ichchata. दान को अनंत बनाने का इच्छुक. Somebody is giving a dana, but he wants the result of dana to be multiplied a lot. Somebody has such a desire. सर्वभूतात्म भूताय शांताय पूर्णाय अनन्य दर्शिने कृष्णाय देयम. A person who wants to give dana with a desire that what he gives will give much more greater result, such a person should give that dana to Krishna, who is Sarva Bhutatma Bhutaya. That Krishna is the Atma of all the living entities. Shantaya, who is completely peaceful. Purnaya, who is Paripurna. Ananya Darshine. Ananya Darshine means who is free from all the Beda Bhava, who is free from the differentiating vision. To that Krishna one must give dana. So therefore this is a very important shloka. Nisan. Somebody wants to, even if somebody wants to give donation, when a person gives for Krishna's service, then the result of that donation will be much more. Nisan. May not be immediate, but definitely Krishna will reciprocate at the appropriate time. Honor. Achha. यदि कोई व्यक्ति अपने दान धर्म को अनंत भाव से युक्त करना चाहता हो, दत्तस्य अनंत्यम इच्छता. अनंत्यम दैट मीन्स अनंत बनाने का इच्छता युक्त करना चाहता हो, उसे चाहिए कि समस्त प्राणियों और पदार्थों के अंतरात्मा भेदभाव रहित परम शांत और परिपूर्ण भगवान श्री कृष्ण को ही दान करें. Either it is mentioned. Okay. Sometimes it could be possible that say there may not be serious siddhantic this one. Sometimes certain details of in certain translations some things may not be highlighted. No, I don't really get it. The shloka it is there, na? Dattasya anantyam ichchata. Anantyam is there. Anantyam basic. Anantyam is coming from the word ananta. Honor is actually exactly not that. Deyam means should be given. Da dhatu ka yat pratyay, by that deyam comes. Anantyam means, the Ananta means unlimited. Anantyam is basically the, I think, the Tadita Pratyanta word. The quality of being, making it Ananta. So next, so in this shloka also the words are highlighted. Shanta. The word Shanta means विक्षेप के अभाव से सिद्ध होता है. विक्षेप के अभाव से. पूर्णता. So here we see in this shloka, Krishna is completely, there is no, because he is completely full, he is not hankering after some fame, or he is not disturbed when somebody criticizes him. So this word is, this can also be highlighted. Fourth, na? This is 23rd shloka. Yeah, we'll go, that I'll go to the later part. Next shloka. इत्युक्त्वा सह देवो भूत् तूष्णीं कृष्णानुभाववित् तच्छ्रुत्वा तुष्टुवुः सर्वे साधु साध्विति सत्तमाः.
Shukdev Goswami continued. Having said this, Sahadev, who understood Lord Krishna's powers, fell silent. And having heard his words, all the saintly persons present congratulated him, exclaiming, "Excellent, excellent."
Krishnanubhavavit Sahadeva. That Sahadeva, Krishna Anubhavavit, who knew the greatness of Krishna. When he spoke like that, and then he became silent. Tushnim. Tat abut. So it may be many senior people were present, but still it may appear like a breach of etiquette, but it's a breach of etiquette for establishing the position of Krishna, the Supreme Lord. So sometimes a breach of etiquette is done, but for the purpose of serving the devotees, or for the purpose of eagerness to serve Krishna or glorify to Krishna, then that breach of etiquette is not a mistake. Like Maitreya Rishi directly goes to describe the story of Dhruva Maharaj. He should have first described Priyavrata, the sons of Priyavrata. He should first describe Uttanapada's eldest son Priyavrata, and then come to Uttanapada, and then he should have come to the grandson. But he directly goes to describe the grandson, because he is more eager to describe the story of Dhruva. So Sahadev, at the right moment, he actually speaks about the position of Krishna and remains silent. And Sarve Sattamaha Sadhu Sadhu iti Tushtuvuhu. All of them approved Sahadeva's words. So ऐसा कहकर सहदेव चुप हो गए, क्योंकि वे श्री कृष्ण के प्रभाव को जानने वाले थे. उनके वचनों को सुनकर वे लोग भी अब अनुमोदन करने लगे जो पहले एकांत कृष्ण भक्त नहीं थे और किन्हीं तर्क और युक्तियों के सहारे की प्रतीक्षा देख रहे थे. Even those people who had objection previously, even they approved Sahadeva's words. Next.
Krishna is very difficult to understand, and the principles which he portrays. So, what is the role of a person who is seeing something inappropriate or partial being exhibited? Because here it appears to be breach of etiquette. However, the sages are saying they should speak. If they don't speak, then we will speak. So it's quite a cultured thing going on. Someone who is supposed to speak is saying, let others speak. Who is qualified to speak is saying someone others should speak. And someone who is apparently younger, he is speaking out of, whether others are speaking. So what is the right course of action? Because Prabhupada wanted us to actually present the message of parampara, not any other message, not adulterated message, not some mental speculations and all that. And sure enough, that speaker doesn't want to, but that's the conditioned nature that it comes out, or one expresses it in some way. So what is the cultured way of dealing with this thing? Because now the effect we are seeing here, those who are having wrong conceptions, they came to right conclusions. Just this particular verse. So what is the duty of all of us as Bhaktivedanta students when we are attending Bhagavatam class or some kind of such discussions are happening?
Some kind of discussion where there is some difference of opinion or what? Some what kind
Difference of opinion, here it is more of establishing the true
Hmm.
thing of Krishna, the truth.
Hmm.
The truth which speaks out itself. So there are different, as you gave a nice example that it was there at the time of Parikshit is asking. So there also there were multiple people, multiple opinion. So that way, I am saying it's not about the variety of diversity in Krishna consciousness. There is a difference in the main Siddhanta only. So what should be our duty as Bhaktivedanta students?
While participating in such a discussion, Sabha.
Which is like here.
By following the principles of Vaishnava etiquette, one can present the one's opinion based on the Shastra. It's not that somebody who is junior cannot present, but by following the principles of etiquette, he can say, suppose when there's an open sabha, when there's some question or some discussion happening, he can present, and others should also acknowledge even if something is presented by the juniors. So Bhagavatam itself, Shastras, we see different episodes. Sometimes even the juniors, they advise the seniors also, like Brahmaji's sons, they were advising Brahma. But in the mood of respect, not in the mood of we are superior to you. Like they were advising, they were speaking with the proper culture and respect and etiquette for the good of the society. They were speaking to Brahma. Even although Bhagavatam, there are stories which talk about submission to authorities, respect towards authorities. These principles are highlighted in some stories. Daksha Prajapati is considered as a incarnation of fault finding, or Prabhupada mentions in one purport, or Prabhupada says that how one should be very careful about those who are rebellious towards authorities. Daksha was rebellious. So the principle of submission is highlighted in different people, different stories. At the same time, the different stories also, we have stories just like I mentioned, Brahma's son speaking to Brahma, and Narada Muni asking question to Brahma. You are performing austerities, is there somebody higher than you? Or Nimi Maharaj cursing Vasishta Rishi, his guru actually. No, Acharyas mentioned that what Nimi Maharaj did is wrong. Nimi Maharaj cursing Vasishta Rishi. Or Arjuna shooting arrows at Bhishma and Drona. So while maintaining the principle of respect towards the position which they have, one can present the Shastra. One can present one's opinion based on the Shastra. Without breaching, without going beyond the Vaishnava etiquette, one can express one's opinion in the appropriate way. Even if somebody is a junior, one can express. Okay.
In the same way, when Draupadi was disrobed, the youngest Dhritarashtra's son spoke in favor of that this is not correct. Although he was very junior, although his opinion was correct, it wasn't accepted by most of the people. Maybe you can comment on that.
Chanakya Pandit says that even if the knowledge is coming from a person who's apparently from an impure background or low, then knowledge should be accepted, just like gold should be accepted, even if it is surrounded by stool. So, because in that Sabha, many of them were afraid of. Dhritarashtra was not saying anything because Dhritarashtra was attached to his son Duryodhana. And others, they were being maintained by Dhritarashtra. So therefore, they were not speaking up. They were not speaking, including Bhishma, Drona, and others. So therefore, that whole Sabha is called as Asat Sabha, because although only 4 people were actively engaged in disrobing Draupadi or insulting Draupadi, but the other people who were present in the assembly, they did not speak up, they did not object. Therefore, the whole Sabha was Asat Sabha. Everyone was others were passively supporting that by not speaking up. So it is important that sometimes even if our opinion is not will not be taken up, at least we will have the satisfaction that I did not remain quiet. At least I spoke up. I raised my objection. Jatayu was told by Sita, no, don't put effort to fight with Ravana because he's too powerful, you'll get killed. But Jatayu felt that if I don't put any effort to stop Ravana, then I will experience the guilt later that I didn't put effort. And that guilt will kill me at every moment. Better than getting killed by the guilt every moment, better let me put my full effort, even if if my body gets killed in the course of that, I don't mind, but I don't want to just keep watching this. So one can express the opinion, and if somebody is in a higher position, then one will have to follow the right principles of etiquette, but one must speak up in a logical way. Hare Krishna. So next shloka. Shrutva dvijeritam raja jnatva hardam sabhasadam samarhayat drishikesham prita pranaya vihvalaha.
The king was delighted to hear this pronouncement of the Brahmanas, from which he understood the mood of the entire assembly. Overwhelmed with love, he fully worshipped Lord Krishna, the master of the senses.
So then Yudhishthira Maharaj worshipped Krishna in the Agara Puja. Tatpadavani Vanijjapa Shirasa Loka Pavanihi Sabarya Sanujamatya Sakutumbo Vahanmuda Sabarya Vasobi Pita Kausheyair Bhushanaicha Mahadanaihi Arhayitva Shrupurnaksho Nashakat Samavekshitum. Next also.
After bathing Lord Krishna's feet, Maharaj Yudhishthir joyfully sprinkled the water upon his own head, and then upon the heads of his wife, brothers, other family members, and ministers. That water purifies the whole world. As he honored the Lord with presentations of yellow silken garments and precious jeweled ornaments, the king's tear-filled eyes prevented him from looking directly at the Lord.
So this instance is also quoted by Rupa Goswami in the Bhakti Rasamrita Sindhu. When Rupa Goswami describes the Virya Rasa, so there are 4 types: Yuddha Veera, Dana Veera, Daya Veera, and Dharma Veera. In Dana Veera, he says that Dana Veera, there are 2 types. There are 2 subcategories within Dana Veera. One is Bahuprada, the person who gives in plenty. And second is Upastita Dura Partha Tyagi, the renounced person who does not want to accept what is offered by the Lord. These are the 2 types of Dana Veera. In regards to Bahuprada, Bahuprada means the generous giver. The person who will give everything immediately for Krishna's pleasure is called Bahuprada. So, such a person he gives charity for the sake of Krishna or to Krishna. Either for the welfare of Krishna he may give, or to Krishna himself. He may give charity on specific occasion, or he may give whatever he possesses in charity to Krishna. So, for example, he says that Abhyudayuka means giving on auspicious occasions, and Krishna Sampradhanaka means giving in surrender to Krishna. So the person who gives everything to the requester, such as the Brahmanas, for the sake of Krishna is called Abhyudayika Danavira. For example, Nanda Maharaj gave the best of the cows to the Brahmanas on the occasion of celebrating Krishna's birth. And the surrounding Brahmanas were so satisfied that they loudly exclaimed that it eclipsed the charity of King Driga. This is much greater than the charity of King Driga, like that the Brahmanas glorified. And when a person realizes the real nature of the Lord and gives to the Lord all his possessions, which are sources of material identity and possessiveness, he is called Tat Sampradhanaka. And there are 2 types: giving out of affection and giving as worship. Preeti Dana and Puja Dana. And what is given to the Lord as an affectionate friend is called as Preeti Dana. And for this Preeti Dana, the example of Yudhishthira Maharaj giving charity to Krishna at the end of the Rajasuya sacrifice, that is given. So this is in the 4th part of Bhakti Rasamrita Sindhu, 3rd wave, 4.3.36. So after completing all the ceremonial functions of the Rajasuya sacrifice, Yudhishthir desired to give Krishna sandalwood, a Vaijayanti garland, ornaments with the best rubies and gold, elephants, chariots, and horses decked in gold, his family and himself. And then after giving all these things, not seeing anything else worthy of giving, Yudhishthira Maharaj became afflicted. So in this way, Rupa Goswami explains the feelings of Yudhishthira Maharaj. In this way, Yudhishthira Maharaj exhibited Preeti Dana towards Krishna. Bhakti Rasamrita Sindhu 4.3.36. That is a previous shloka. When Nanda Maharaj gave charity to the Brahmanas on the birth of Krishna, the Brahmanas glorified that your charity is much greater than the charity given by King Nriga. Like that, the Brahmanas glorified the charity given by Nanda Maharaj. No, there is a direct shloka. That shloka is 4.3.32, Bhakti Rasamrita Sindhu. 4.3.32. And the pure-hearted Nanda gave all the best cows to the Brahmanas. On the occasion of celebrating Krishna's birth, the surrounding Brahmanas were so satisfied that they exclaimed loudly that eclipsed the charity of King Nriga. Prutur api Nriga kirtihi sampratam samvritasid iti nijagduhu uchair bhusura yena triptaha. The Sanskrit shloka. But what I want to highlight, quote is that 4.3.36, where Yudhishthira Maharaj is classified as the Preeti Dana who gave charity to Krishna after the Rajasuya sacrifice. Okay. And then, which verse? Vaso bipita kausheyair bhushanaicha mahadanaihi arhayitva shru purnaksho nashakat samavekshitum Itham sabajitam vikshya sarve pranjala yojanaha namo jayeti nemustam nipetu pushpa vrishtayaha.
As he honored the Lord with presentations of yellow silken garments and precious jeweled ornaments, the king's tear-filled eyes prevented him from looking directly at the Lord. When they saw Lord Krishna thus honored, nearly all who were present joined their palms reverentially, exclaiming, "Obeisances to you, all victory to you," and then bowed down to him. Flowers rained down from the above.
So all of them showered flowers, but at this point, Shishupala comes into the picture. He was already present, but now Shishupala is going to say something. Ittam nishamya damagosha sutasvapita duttaya Krishna gunavarnana jata manyuhu Utkshipya bahumidamaha sadasya marshi samshravayan bhagavate purushanya bithaha.
The intolerant son of Damaghosha became infuriated upon hearing the glorification of Lord Krishna, transcendental qualities. He stood up from his seat and angrily waving his arms, fearlessly spoke to the entire assembly the following harsh words against the Supreme Lord.
Shishupala could not tolerate this. Amarshi means asahishnu. He couldn't tolerate Krishna being worshipped in that way. Jiva Goswami says that Damagosha Suta कहने का भाव यह है कि यह शिशुपाल अपने पिता की तुलना में अधिक दुष्ट था. श्री कृष्ण के गुण वर्णन से भी उसे क्रोध उत्पन्न हो रहा था, फिर अब तो कृष्ण का पूजन देखकर उसे और भी क्रोध उत्पन्न हो गया. So Shishupal, he was born with envy towards Krishna. And you know the story that Krishna, he had a benediction that whenever he goes beyond 99, Krishna said, till that time I'll tolerate, not beyond that. So every time he would count, and then with 99 he would stop. So that, but Shishupal's envy towards Krishna got slightly diverted when his marriage was arranged to Rukmini. So, but he was imagining about this. Okay, he is going to get married with Rukmini, but at the last moment, Krishna came from nowhere, and then he kidnapped Rukmini and went. So after that incident, Shishupal's envy increased much further. And then when Shishupal came to Rajasuya sacrifice, and in the Rajasuya sacrifice, when Krishna was glorified and Krishna was given the Agra Puja, at this point, Shishupal's envy increased hundreds and thousands of times more. So at this point, Shishupal's consciousness was fully absorbed in envy towards Krishna. And whenever a person is absorbed in something, he cannot see the time passing by. He cannot he cannot see. He will not count. Because we don't have so much of absorption and chanting, so we keep, okay, 2 rounds are over, 4 rounds are over. We keep seeing that. But when a person is absorbed in something, one doesn't see how the time is passing by. So in this instance, Radhanath Swami Maharaj mentioned that Shishupal, he completely forgot about counting the number of blasphemies. So Maharaj mentioned that just like the gopis' love towards Krishna is very incomprehensible, similarly Shishupal's envy towards Krishna is as incomprehensible as the gopis' love towards Krishna. So he also had that kind of absorption in Krishna, but out of envy. Jiva Goswami mentions few points. I'll just read that. यद्यपि शिशुपाल और दंतवक्र जय विजय पार्षद हैं, अतः उनके हृदय में असुर भाव नहीं है, किंतु बाहर से वे असुर भाव का अनुकरण ही करते हैं. शिशुपाल के हृदय में तो पहले श्री कृष्ण के प्रति आनुकूल्य का ही भाव था. अतः जब श्री कृष्ण की अग्र पूजा संपन्न हो गई, तभी उसने इस प्रकार बोलना प्रारंभ किया. इस प्रकार शिशुपाल दंतवक्र के वचनों में स्तुति परक अर्थ वास्तविक है. So Jiva Goswami says that Shishupal Dantavakra, they are the associates of the Lord. Because they are the eternal associates of the Lord, they have appeared in this form in order to give the Virya Rasa to the Lord. Externally, they were having the Asura Bhava. And whatever Shishupal would speak in the next shlokas, those shlokas, they have 2 meanings. One meaning as a blasphemy of Krishna, another meaning as a glorification of Krishna. Saraswati Devi enters the mouth of Shishupal, speaks certain the same words as a glorification of Krishna also. So Sabha Parva, there is one very long chapter, very, very long chapter, when Shishupal objects Shishupal objects for how Krishna does not deserve the Agra Puja. In the Mahabharata describes how Bhishma Dev spoke. And in that chapter, it's one of the longest chapter in the Mahabharata. Bhishma Dev describes the position of Krishna. And Bhishma Dev speaks how this Krishna only appears in this world as an avatar to remove the burden of the earth. And then he speaks all the avatars of Krishna, and each avatar what pastimes he performed. Parashuram what pastimes he performed, as Lord Ram, as Vamana, all the avatars he mentions. And then in the Krishna avatar, Bhishma Dev mentions almost all the leelas which he performed so far. Putana, killing a Putana, Shakata, Sutranavarta, Kamsa. So he gives a very long explanation. Bhishma Dev explains, mentions all the incarnations of Krishna, the extraordinary activities performed by the Lord, and Krishna, this one. So that chapter is there in the Mahabharata. That's not there in the Bhagavatam, but Bhagavatam elsewhere it is mentioned. Bhagavatam in the 4th canto, and Prithu Maharaj's qualities are mentioned. There it is mentioned that Prithu Maharaj in his self-control is equal to Lord Hari. Like that it is mentioned. In self-control is equal to Lord Hari. In the purport, Prabhupada says that Bhishma Dev, who is considered to be a greatest brahmachari, but that Bhishma Dev declared Krishna as a pure brahmachari in the Rajasya Yajna. That Bhishma Dev declared Krishna as a highly self-controlled. Just in the Rajasya Yajna, like that Prabhupada says in that purport. But in the Sabha Parva, there's a very long chapter where Bhishma Dev also, just like Sagadev speaking is highlighted here, Bhishma Dev also spoke up, as there in the Mahabharata. I'm not exactly remembering now. We have to just check. Either before Shakadev spoke or after that, I have to check. Sagadev speaking is highlighted here. Bhishma also speaks there. No, I don't think nobody else. Okay. So Shishupal is saying that Shishupal could not tolerate, and Shishupal says, Isho duratya kala iti satyavati shrutihi vruddhanam api yad buddhir balavakyair vibidyate. He says, Shishupal says that time is most powerful. In this world, time only does everything. Time is the most powerful. See, now because of the time factor, even the most intelligent, learned people, their intelligence is covered because of the time factor. Even the most learned, intelligent people, because their intelligence is covered with the time factor, they are giving importance to this small child's words. They are giving importance to this ordinary, this young person, Sakadev's words. इसी आशय से वह कहता है कि यहाँ तो बड़े बूढ़ों की बुद्धि भी इस काल के प्रभाव से बच्चों की बात में चकरा गई है. So they have become influenced by the childish words of Sakadeva. This is the power of time factor, how the time dilutes even the intelligent people. And then he starts actually blaspheming Krishna. Yuyam patra vidam shreshta mamandvam bala bhashitam sadasaspata yassarve krishno yat sammatorhane.
O leaders of the assembly, you know best who is a fit candidate for being honored. Therefore, you should not heed the words of a child when he claims that Krishna deserves to be worshipped.
Tapo vidya vratadaran Jnana vidvasta kalmashan Paramarsheen Brahma Nishtan Lokapalaischa Pujitan.
How can you pass over the most exalted members of this assembly, topmost sages, dedicated to the absolute truth, endowed with powers of austerity, divine insight, and strict adherence to severe vows, sanctified by knowledge and worship even by the rulers of the universe?
So many more qualified people are there. Without worshipping them, how can you worship this person? Sadaspatin Atikramya Gopala Kulapamsanah. He is a black mark on the entire Kula. Yata Kaka Purodasham Saparyam Katamarghati. It's like Purodasha is like a. How can the Purodasha, which is to be offered in the sacrifice, but you are offering the just like Purodasha, offering Purodasha to the crow. Similarly, you are doing this Agra Puja to a Kulapamsana Krishna. Varnashrama Kulapeta Sarva Dharma Bahishkritaha Swairavarti Gunairhina Sapariyam Katamarghati. So this person, he's not Varna Ashrama or Kula se rahit hai, सभी धर्मों से अलग, स्वेच्छाचारी गुणों से हीन अग्र पूजा का पात्र कैसे हो सकता है? Saying that this person is not following the varnashrama, is not, he does not have proper qualities, and moreover, Yayati has given curse to this Yadukula, that nobody in this in your kula can become the king. Yayati has given curse to Yadukula, and therefore his kula itself is degraded. Sadbir bahishkritam vritapa anaratam shashvat saparyam katamarghati. So therefore, how can this person, राजा ययाति ने इसके वंश को शाप दे रखा है, इसलिए सत्पुरुषों ने इस वंश का ही बहिष्कार कर दिया है. ये सब सर्वदा व्यर्थ मधुपान में आसक्त रहते हैं. All the yadus are always absorbed in some intoxication. So how can this Krishna be a deserving candidate for Agra Puja? So there is also one shloka, I can tell you later, but there is a mentioned in one Purana. Whenever respect is given to undeserving people, or wherever respect is given to undeserving people, or respect is not given to the deserving people, in those places there will be drought, natural calamities, and so many, those places will be affected by many miseries. So this is I'll show you I'll take up that Subhashita. Is there in, I think, Agni Purana or somewhere? Shloka I will quote there. So in either giving respect to undeserving people, or giving excessive respect to the undeserving people, or not giving respect to the deserving people, that results that result of that is that there will be so many natural calamities in those places. So here Srishupal is giving objection. Brahma Rishi Sevitan Deshan Hitvaite Brahma Varchasam Samudra Durgamashritya Badante Dasyava Praja. So this Krishna has left the place Mathura, which is worshipped even by the Brahma Rishis, and he has taken shelter of Samudra, ab Brahma Varchasam, Veda Charcha se Rahit Samudra mein Khila banakar, he made a palace there, he made a city there, and then after making a city there, he is actually torturing the citizens. Dasyavaha praja badante. Yevam adin abhadrani babashe nashtamangalaha novacha kinchid bhagavan yata simha shivarutam. When Shishupal was speaking all these words, Bhagavan kinchit na uvacha. Krishna did not speak anything at all. Yata shivarutam simha. सियार के शब्दों पर सिंह कुछ नहीं बोलता है. So this instance is also quoted by Rupa Goswami in the Bhakti Rasamrita Sindhu. Yesterday we mentioned this, I think yesterday somewhere. One of the quality of Krishna is Dhritiman, 27th quality. There are two aspects of Dhritiman. One is Purna Spruha, one who is fully satisfied in his desires. Second aspect of Dhritiman is that Shantascha Shobha Karane. Although there is so much of cause for agitation, but a person is having control of the mind. And for the second aspect, Rupa Goswami quotes two incidences from this Rajasu Yagya. He says that in spite of being rebuked by Shishupala and being praised by the sages in the assembly of Rajasuya sacrifice, Krishna showed such steadiness that the kings present could not detect any change in Krishna's appearance. Kapi nasya vikritir vitarkita. So that is highlighted, we can see here. Krishna did not speak at all anything. And then Bhagavan nindanam shrutva dussaham tat sabhasadah karnau pidaya nirjagmuhu shapantas chedipam rusha. How did others react to the blasphemy of Shishupal? Others actually karnau pidaya nirjagmuhu. They closed their ears and then left the assembly. So how one should respond to the blasphemy? It's also mentioned elsewhere in the Bhagavatam, in the 4th canto, 4th chapter, the Daksha Yajna. Karnau pidaya nirayad yad akalpa yishe dharma vitar ashrinibir nibirasya mane chindyat prasakya rushatim asatim prabuschet jihvan asunapi tato visrjetsa dharma. If one hears an irresponsible person blaspheme the master and controller of religion, one should block his ears and go away if unable to punish him. If one is able to kill, then one should by force cut out the blasphemous tongue and kill the offender. And after that, one should give up his own life. If somebody can defend, one should actually defend by speaking the right arguments. Somebody is a Kshatriya, one should react by punishing that person. If one cannot do both of them, one should actually leave that place. Nindam bhagavata shunvam tat parasya janasya va tato napaiti yahassopi yatyada sukrutachutaha. Can read this 48th shloka.
Anyone who fails to immediately leave the place where he hears criticism of the Supreme Lord or his faithful devotee will certainly fall down bereft of his pious credit.
So this shloka is quoted by Rupa Goswami for one of the angas of bhakti, not hearing the blasphemy. When a person hears the blasphemy of the Lord or the devotees, one actually falls down. So, yes.
The authors, the sages there, they couldn't hear, but it is mentioned in Bhagavatam, that blasphemy.
Sages?
They, when Shishupal was blaspheming the Lord, the sages left. Those who were sages and leaders there, they left. And it is mentioned in Bhagavatam, and we are reading, so how we can understand. Some verses, it is mentioned blasphemy.
Achha,
Yes.
No, we are reading as part of the whole story. The point which is highlighted is that when the Lord or the devotees are blasphemed, and when you don't respond by giving the right argument, Because in the Kali Yuga, there's no, you cannot kill the person or something. So sometimes if it is not possible to give an argument immediately, but at least one should write about that, one should speak about that elsewhere. Some certain society, suppose certain things are happening. Some people are speaking ill about, say, Krishna or Ram or something. Then as the Brahmanas, even if you are not able to meet that particular person, we have to give the right response in some forum where we have actually. So not giving that objection, not giving that response, then we also become a partake in that. Therefore, it is that's why it is important. Prabhupada, when he said, yesterday was mentioning, that many people they speak wrong about either Sanatan Dharma in general, or specifically about personalities like Krishna, Ram, or sometimes they may not take Krishna, Ram, but they may take like a Pandavas, 5 Pandavas marrying Draupadi. They may speak about Draupadi's character and many other things. So at that time, we should be able to give the right response. Prabhupada says that whenever somebody objects about Mahabharata, these characters, we will give right rebuttal, point by point, like that he says. So we as preachers, we should be ready with the right arguments, logical arguments. Not, it should not be simply because of emotional arguments. It should be logical arguments present in a way. Because the duty of a disciple, guru doshochadanam chatram tachilamasya chatraha. Chatra is somebody whose innate nature is to cover up the apparent faults in his worshipable Guru or the Supreme Lord. So one must give. So here we are reading as part of the storyline, and as part of the storyline, we are also going to read that how Krishna is going to kill Shishupal.
So this first is Brahmana, he defends by argument. And Kshatriya have said they cut the tongue and kill. And then for Vaishya and Shudra, they commit suicide or something?
They should leave the place like that.
And suicide also comes. That is for whom? Giving up the life.
Leave the place. So the translation, Prabhupada says that after cutting the blasphemer's tongue and killing the offender, one should give up his own life, like that is mentioned.
I think somewhere Vishnu Chakra Thakur or somebody write this for 4 different categories. I think, not for one.
Brahmana, Kshatriya, Vaishya, Shudra. If one is a Brahmana, he should not give up his body. If he gives up his body, it is like committing Brahma Hatya. Because by doing so, he would be responsible for killing a Brahmana. Brahmana should leave the place or block his ears so that he will not hear the blasphemy. If one happens to be a Kshatriya, he has the power to punish any man. He should at once cut out the tongue of the vilifier and kill him. As far as the Vaishyas and Shudras are concerned, they should immediately give up their bodies. Prabhupada is writing in the purport. So, giving up the bodies, everyone is supposed to commit suicide. One should giving up the bodies. It also we can take it in the form of that subtle body also. The subtle body which is affected by that blasphemy, one should give up that subtle body. Brahmaji was going after his daughter, and then after that, when Brahmaji realized his mistake, Brahma gave up his body. Gave up his body means gave up that mentality, gave up that subtle body, which was affected by karma.
Then defending.
Of course, literally also one can take it, but practically speaking, we can give the subtle body.
Fourth of arguing or defending. That is not mentioned. So that is for whom? Brahmana is there.
I read somewhere. Because I read somewhere the Brahmana can defend it.
Because they walk away, Brahmanas, covering their ears. and or they first try to defend. If they are not able to, then cover the ears and go like that. It's like Brahmanas.
I'll check whether in Vishnu Chakratipar it is mentioned or somewhere. Okay.
One more question I have.
Hmm.
This, like you're saying, we should defend if
Hmm.
from Mahabharat somebody or some accusing. So this one question many people ask is that why Pandavas played the gambling. Of course, now we know that is a part of Leela and like that. But how do we explain to people that they're playing gambling? Yes, that so some devotees I heard that that was the mistake of Pandavas, like that they say. So means even if Pandavas like they do the mistake of playing gambling, then they have to suffer. So this one answer I heard. So, but what should we?
So different, see, and different levels, the answer is there. You see, from the story point of view, Yudhishthira Maharaj took that vow in the Rajasuya sacrifice. And Vyasadeva told that 14 years from now, making you as an instrument, there will be mass annihilation in the world. So Yudhishthira Maharaj takes a vow that if any superior asks me something, I will never disobey it. In Mahabharata it comes. At the end of Rajasuya Yajna, Vyasadeva, after the Shishupal's killing, Yudhishthira Maharaj is perturbed, and then Vyasadeva says that 14 years from now, making you as an instrument, the time will destroy millions of asuras, millions of people in this world. Yudhishthira Maharaj is a person who doesn't want violence. So therefore, he immediately becomes disturbed. It's not mentioned, Vyasa did not say that you will be responsible for the killing. Rather, he said that making you as an instrument, like that Vyasadeva told. But Yudhishthira Maharaj became emotional, and an emotional state, he took up a vow. And especially a king should not take a personal vow without consulting others. He took a vow that any superior asks me something, I will never disobey. And then this was the Duryodhan took note of it. Shakuni took note of it, taking advantage of this. After coming back, Duryodhan instigated Dhritarashtra, you invite Yudhishthira for the gambling match. So Yudhishthira, because of when he heard that invitation, Yudhishthira speaks about the ill effects of gambling. He says that he knew about the ill effects of gambling, and then at the same time he had some fascination for gambling. Although he is not good at it, he had some fascination for gambling, and also he had taken that vow. Therefore, he agreed for the gambling match. So when we see this gambling match, from one point of view, what is shown, one lesson is that even of the personification of dharma, when he involves in gambling, what is the effect of gambling on such a person? Yudhishthira Maharaj described the beauty of Draupadi in the open assembly before taking Draupadi. So that is how the gambling contaminates the mind. How the gambling contaminates the mind of a person. For that, even so, just like the Bhagavatam gives the example, Prabhupada says that Yadus were highly cultured people, but even when they took to intoxication, how they got affected by intoxication, and they fought with each other, they killed each other. Third canto, Prabhupada mentions in the purport. How the power of intoxication, how it can pollute the minds of highly cultured people like the Yadus. And similarly, he says the power of illicit sex is so contaminating, how it affected Ajamil that he took up to such abominable activities. Similarly, here gambling is also such a contaminating thing that it contaminated the mind of Yudhishthira Maharaj also. Through that, it is a lesson for all of us how one should avoid gambling. So Yudhishthira Maharaj, so we can see these pastimes from a Daiva perspective and from a human perspective. From a divine perspective, it is the arrangement of the Lord, because as it is mentioned that the Rajasuya Yajna, in that the seed for the Kurukshetra Yuddha is sown. So from the Daiva perspective, it is the arrangement of the Lord. Instrument of Yudhishthira Maharaj is acting as an instrument of the Lord. But from a human perspective, we can see the lesson of the ill effects of gambling, how it contaminates the mind of a person.
Basically, we should not defend them. I mean, like some dudes, that they were challenged. That of course, that is also one reason. But this reason seems to better when we tell people when they say that even if Yudhishthir Maharaj or such people they play gambling, then there are ill effects. So that is good understood. But now, if we give this reason that because they were challenged and then they had to do so, if I challenge to do somebody some sinful activity, then will that person has to do? Means that reason is little bit difficult for people to understand.
Kshatriya Dharma, because most of the people, we don't have experience of the Kshatriya Dharma. Kshatriyas, when they are challenged, they have to accept it. But Yudhishthira Maharaj was not good at it actually. And moreover, they said, Shakuni will play on behalf of us. The opposite party expert was there. And Yudhishthira Maharaj is not good at it. He only had a fascination for gambling and he had this blind vow toward the superiors. So how a king, a responsible person should not take a personal vow because that can affect the larger kingdom. And one should take up a particular challenge after developing a skill. He could have told, okay, I will participate in gambling. Okay, let me first learn properly. Because same Yudhishthira Maharaj, after this episode, during the Vanavas, he learned properly the gambling. That is why in the Virata kingdom, he is teaching King Virata how to play gambling. He learned properly because he knew that if I am again invited, I should know, I should have the capacity
From whom he learned?
Huh?
From whom he learned?
From whom he learned, I don't remember. During the Vanavas, they acquired this. So after the gambling match, Yudhishthira Maharaj became more careful. He became more wise and diplomatic also.
But like somebody superior who is on the side of sinful activity, sinful superior, if he is asking something, then the junior can say no, should say no. Yes, if superior is asking anything because just he is superior, the junior is bound to follow like that.
See, gambling, like sometimes the kings would be allowed to drink certain wine or something like that. The Shastras are there. But it should be in a proper, in a regulated quantity, a regulated way. The gambling was allowed for the kings, but one should not become infatuated by that, victim of that. So he was given invitation, therefore there was a Kshatriya Dharma to accept their invitation. But but without thinking properly, he immediately accepted it when he was not good at it. Then, yeah. And then moreover, after in the first gambling match, when everything was lost, Draupadi was insulted, and then after Draupadi's request, everything was given back. And they left the kingdom and they went back. And then they were again called. So at that time, Yudhishthira Maharaj says a verse that, see, the Daiva is so powerful. Even Lord Ram, although he knew that there is no golden deer in the creation, even he went behind the golden deer. So similarly, Daiva is acting. And then, so he spoke philosophically and then he again came back actually.
First time Draupadi asked that please give it back everything. So Dhritarashtra gave everything back. And then second time, then again.
Second time they said, okay, there's only one dice. Then they made in one throw, if you lose it, then you will have to go to the forest for 13 years in Ajnatavas. So this gambling match can be seen in different lines. The ill effects of gambling, how it affects the mind of a people, because it's a very relevant topic also. Currently, there are so many online gambling people are into actually. IPL and all, IPL and many other things, so much of online gambling is there. So this Jyuta Krida, we can take lessons in many different lines. Hare Krishna, will stop here. So next to this one, we'll finish this chapter and we'll take the next chapter in summary. And little 2:45 we should begin, or we will begin 2:45. 2:45 will begin. Bhakti Vedanta Swami Niti Namine. Namaste Saraswati Deve Gauravani Pracharine. Nirvisesha Shunyavadi Paschati Deshatarine. Jai Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda. Shri Advaita Gadadara Shiva Sadi Gaura Bhakta Vrinda. Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare. Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare. Hare Krishna. We will continue the 74th chapter. Nindam Bhagavata Shunvam Stat Parasya Janasya Va Tato Napaiti Yahasopi Yatyada Sukrutachutaha. Somebody can read translation. 40th shlok. 40th shlok.
40. Thus, Sri Krishna, the Lord of all masters of the mystic yoga.
40. Anyone.
40.
Yeah, anyone who fails to immediately leave the place where he hears criticism of the Supreme Lord or his faithful devotee will certainly fall down, bereft of his pious credit.
Yeah. I was quoting that shloka, na? The previous session. The shloka is from Skanda Purana. Apujya yatra pujyante. Pujaniyo na pujyate. The place where the undeserving ones are shown honor. Apujya yatra pujyante. Pujaniyo na pujyate. The deserving people are not shown honor. Trini tatra pravartante. Three miseries will happen there. Durbiksham maranam bayam. Famine, death and fear. This is a shloka from Skanda Purana. Arjun Ishwar Prabhu was asking. So here Krishna is the most deserving person, but Shishupal is raising objection. He doesn't want to give that respect to Krishna. So therefore, Trini tatra pravartante durbiksham maranam vayam. He is going to face death. So hearing the blasphemy is also so one has to be very careful, because oftentimes there are many blasphemous things. They are available in the internet also. Actually, many people came to Bhakti, but then later, because of reading certain blasphemy, their Bhakti got disturbed also. So even Kaikei her mind changed because of paying oral reception to mantra. So hearing the blasphemy can be dangerous for one's Bhakti Lata Bija. So this verse is also quoted by Rupa Goswami, how one should be careful about hearing the blasphemy. Tata Pandusata Kruddha Matsyakai Srinjayaha Udayuda Samuttastu Shishupalajigamsavah Tatashaidyas Chaidyastu Sambranto Jagruhe Kanga Charmani Vatsayan Krishna Pakshiyan Ragnya Sadasi Bharata.
Then the sons of Pandu became furious, and together with the warriors of the Matsya, Kaikai, and Srinjaya clans, they rose up from their seats with weapons poised ready to kill Shishupal.
Next shloka.
Undaunted, Shishupal then took up his sword and shield in the midst of all assembled kings, O Bharat, and hurled insults at those who sided with Lord Krishna.
So these verses which Shishupal spoke, Acharyas like Sridhar Swami, they also give alternative meaning. I didn't go into that, but I'll just mention some of the things. Shishupal said that the intelligence of wise elders has now become diverted by the words of a mere boy. So alternative meaning for this sentence is that speaking to Duryodhan and other members of the opposition, Shishupal said, do not regard these as a child's words. They are factually the words of the Vedas. And Shishupal called Krishna as Gopala, cowherd. Alternative meaning of Gopala is that protector of the Vedas and the earth. He called Krishna as Kula Pamsana, disgrace to the family, because he killed his uncle Kamsa. But Kula Pamsana can be split as Ku Lapam Amsana. Those who prattle with crooked words, contrary to the Vedas, the destroyer of such people. He who vanquishes all the misguided and frivolous speculations about the nature of the truth, or one who destroys those who speak ill words. From 32nd shloka onwards, Shishupal criticized Krishna. Na? For those words, there are alternative meanings are given by the Acharya. Just giving some of the meanings. So Shishupal called Krishna, he said that worshipping Krishna is like offering the Purodasha to the crow. Yata Kakaha. But Yata Kakaha, it can be can also, because it's just the Sanskrit, the Sandhi, this one, you can also split that Sandhi Vicheda as Yata Akakaha. Yata Akakaha, combination of Ka and Aka, which indicate material happiness and misery. He is beyond all material misery and happiness, being on the pure transcendental platform. Shishupal said that Krishna does not deserve the Purodasha cake. So Shishupal was right in saying that Krishna does not deserve merely the Purodasha right cake offered to the lesser devatas as a substitute for the heavenly beverage Soma. In fact, Krishna deserves to receive everything that we possess, since he is the ultimate proprietor of everything. Shishupal called Krishna as Varnashrama Kulapeta. The alternative meaning is that Krishna is the person obtained as a son by Vasudev, who is Varnashrama Kulapa. Vasudeva is called as Varnashrama Kulapa, strict follower of the Varnashrama and the Kula. So, Krishna was obtained as a son by such a personality, Vasudeva. Krishna does not belong to Varna and Ashrama. That is why Vedas say that Natasya Karyam Karanam Cha Vidyate. In that sense, Varnashrama Kula Peta, because he doesn't belong to any Varna and Ashrama. Gunair Hina, without qualities. It means that he is without any material qualities because he is situated in transcendence. Sarva Dharma Bahishkrita, devoid of all religious behavior and behaves independently. That's what Shishupal said. Alternative meaning is that because he is the supreme controller, he acts independently. Vrita Panaratam Shashwat. The Yadus are addicted to liquor. Panaratam Shashwat. Pana can also mean protecting the earth. They have become absorbed in protecting the earth. So we see the acharyas, they cannot tolerate the blasphemy. So therefore they also give alternative meaning as if those words are a glorification of Krishna. So Pandavas respond to the criticism of Shishupal. They were ready to attack Shishupal, and Shishupal is also ready to counterattack. So at that time, Krishna decides, Thavaduttaya Bhagavan Swannivarya Swayam Rusha Shirak Shuranta Chakrena Jahara Patatoripoh.
At that point, the Supreme Lord stood up and checked his devotees. He then angrily sent forth his razor-sharp disc and severed the head of his enemy as he was attacking.
So Krishna thought, now my Shishupal is also has started criticizing my devotees. So then immediately Krishna got up. So Krishna thought that, so now if I remain quiet, then my devotees Pandavas and Shishupal, they will start fighting. And then blood will, because of fighting, blood will fall and that will contaminate the yajna. यदि अपनी सेना रहित रथ पर चढ़कर मैं इस शिशुपाल के साथ युद्ध करता हूं, तब भी यह स्थल रक्त की कीच से युक्त हो जाएगा. दोनों ही स्थितियों में मेरे प्रिय युधिष्ठिर का राजसूय यज्ञ नष्ट हो जाएगा. Because you see the yajna, the rules are very minute. Certain contamination happens, you won't get the final result. So Krishna was concerned that Yudhishthira Maharaj's Rajasuya Yajna should not get spoiled. So therefore, Krishna felt that आज की परिस्थितियों में शिशुपाल के साथ संधि कराना तो सर्वथा दुष्कर ही है. There is no sandhi is samadam danda bedana. Sama. We cannot make a friendship by speaking some sweet words, and we cannot directly kill him by fighting in the war. So therefore, I have to just immediately kill him. And without a single drop of blood falling here. So immediately Krishna sent the Sudarshan Chakra and then it cut off the head of Shishupal without a drop of blood getting blood sprinkling over that. शब्द कोलाहलोप्यासीत् शिशुपाले हते महान् तस्यानुयायिनो भूपा दुदुर्वुर्जीवितैषिणः.
When Shishupal was thus killed, a great roar and howl went up from the crowd. Taking advantage of that disturbance, the few kings who were supporters of Shishupal quickly left the assembly out of fear for their lives.
So there are other people who quickly left out of fear. Those were associates, I think. And then at that time, Chaidya Dehotitam Jyotir Vasudevam Upavishat Paschatam Sarvabhutanam Ulkeva Bhuvikachyuta. Can read translation 45.
An effulgent light rose from Shishupal's body, and as everyone watched, entered Lord Krishna, just like a meteor falling from the sky to the earth.
So Shishupal's soul entered into Krishna. And then, so this is also described previously in the 7th canto. Shukadeva Goswami will remind that. Janmatrayanu gunita vairasamrabdhaya diya dhyayam stanmayatam yato bhavohi bhavakaranam.
Obsessed with hatred of Lord Krishna throughout 3 lifetimes, Shishupal attained the Lord's transcendental nature. Indeed, one's consciousness determines one's future birth.
So Shishupal attained for 3 births. He took birth as a demon. So now Shishupal is again reinstated as a Parshada of Krishna. Ritvigya Sadasyebhyo Dakshinam Vipulam Adat Sarvan Sampujya Vidivat Chakre Avabrutam Aikarat. So Vipulam Adat, Yudhishthira Maharaj gave profuse dakshina to all the Brahmanas. And then after worshipping all of them according to the rules, then he performed the Avabruta Snana. Sadayitva Kratum Ragnya Krishno Yogeshwareshwara Uvasa Katichin Masan Suhrudbir Abhiyachitaha.
Thus, Shri Krishna, the Lord of all masters of mystic yoga, sought to the successful execution of this great sacrifice on behalf of King Yudhishthir. Afterwards, the Lord stayed with his intimate friends for a few months at their earnest requests.
So Krishna stayed in Indraprastha for some months out of the request of Yudhishthira Maharaj. Tato anugyapya rajanam anichantam apishwaraha yayau sabarya samatya swapuram devaki sutaha.
Then the Lord, the son of Devaki, took the reluctant permission of the king and returned to his capital with his wives and ministers.
Varnitam tadupakyanam mayate bahuvistaram Vaikuntavasinor Janma Viprashapat Punapunaha. So Sukadeva Goswami says that I had already described previously how the 2 associates, Jaya and Vijay, they fell from Vaikunta because of the curses of the 4 Kumaras. So here it's described that Krishna returned back. But Krishna returned back to Dwaraka. Of course, next chapter will have certain question. Because of that, Shukadeva Goswami will again narrate the incidents which happened before Krishna returned. That will be described in the next chapter. But a few more verses are there in this chapter. Um, राजसूय राजसूया बवृत्येन स्नातो राजा युधिष्ठिरः ब्रह्मक्षत्र सभामध्ये शुशुभे सुरराडिव.
Purified in the final Avabhritya ritual, which marked the successful completion of the Rajasuya sacrifice. King Yudhishthir shone among the assembled Brahmanas and Kshatriyas like the king of the demigods himself.
Yudhishthira was shining like a, he was looking very effulgent like Indra. Ragya sabhajita sarve सुरमाणव केचराः कृष्णं क्रतुन शंसन्त स्वदामानि ययुर्मदा. So all these people, the devatas, the different people who had come there, they were all respected by Yudhishthira Maharaj properly, and then they all returned back to their kingdoms. And then just last two shlokas, based on that, Parikshit Maharaj will ask a question in the next chapter. Duryodanam rite papam kali kurukulamayam yo nasnehe shriyam spitam drishtva pandu sutasyatam.
All were satisfied except sinful Duryodhana, the personification of the age of quarrel and the disease of the Kuru dynasty. He could not bear to see the flourishing opulence of the son of Pandu.
So then Shukdev Goswami gives a falastuti. Ya yidam kirtayed Vishnu karma chaidya vadadikam rajamoksham vitanam cha sarvapapai pramuchyate.
Who recites these activities of Lord Vishnu, including the killing of Shishupal, the deliverance of the kings, and the performance of the Rajasuya sacrifice, is freed from all sins.
So except for Duryodhan, all of them were happy, but Duryodhan could not tolerate. So based on the 53rd shloka, the next chapter, Parishit Maharaj asks a question. Anybody has any questions before we start the next chapter?
This episode we are seeing the importance of respect, as you quoted that verse also. And even we remember the previously Kanai Krishna Prabhu took the other class where the Kauravas are also disrespecting Krishna. When Balaram is going as messenger, actually the Yadus also are very angry. So Balaram has to pacify them that okay, no, I will go and try to pacify them. So there, I think Jiva Goswami or someone mentions that he saw the dvesh in them and he wanted to pacify that because it's very dangerous if it increases. Something of that sort lesson was mentioned that Balaram is going for that and he could detect that dvesh is there and it should not increase because it will be dangerous. So that there also we saw the devotees, not devotees, but Kauravas were very much speaking very criticism of Krishna, which angered Balram a lot. And here also we see Shishupal is also very heavily speaking. That is even more dangerous. So this respect and dvesh is quite connected to each other. So how we can curb, because the increasing, it goes on increasing. That's what we see here. Like you brilliantly explained that how from birth, no, it kept on increasing. So how to detect this dvesha and how do we actually stop it? Because Balramji is himself taking a role of Adi Guru to stop that, because eventually it becomes disaster. So how we deal with this dvesha and how it manifests actually, so that we can detect and subdue it at right time.
First is theoretically understanding this about the dvesha, envy. Because of envy, one is unable to take pleasure in the glorification of others, or one tries to find fault in others, even though there may be good qualities. So first is at least we can be grateful to Krishna. Krishna is maybe giving the indication, okay, I have a dvesh, I have a envy. And then at least we don't act upon those feelings of dvesha. And then higher than that, one has to take shelter of the Lord, then in order to remove the dvesha completely from the heart. So at once when I asked the same question to Radhanath Swami Maharaj, that time he mentioned, at least theoretically understand and then do not act upon it. And then also do activities, even if sometimes we don't feel like, but we may feel, there may be a feeling of dvesha, but at least we can try to appreciate, glorify, and the person with whom we feel like having a dvesha. Then ultimately only by taking shelter of the Krishna's holy names, the dvesha will completely go. Dvesha is nothing but indirect appreciation of others. When you are indirectly appreciating, so why not appreciate directly? Anyway, one is appreciating indirectly. Also, in the Srimad Bhagavatam, it is said that one gives up envy by giving up lust, by giving up kama, because of a desire because of the kama towards certain things, be some position or different other thing. Because of kama, then when we see that somebody else has got that particular opulence, he's got that particular position or a respect, then we feel envious. So one has to give up kama in order to overcome dvesha. So how do we deal with the kama? We can try to dovetail that kama towards Krishna. Kama, Krodha, Krishna Arpane, Narottam Das Thakur. That's what I can think of.
And like the Kauravas were also speaking something very horrible criticism. Like, shoes have become this. Today he is speaking Shishuk also. There is a tendency to get into it, then become oblivious to the reality of this world.
The more we keep thinking about the faults of others, we also become filled with those faults actually. Ultimately, we only get affected. Even if somebody, opposite person has a fault, but keep thinking about it, we become affected by that. One has to keep oneself busy so that we keep, and then slowly we get purified. Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna. Nitya Baddha Jiva, Nitya Mukta Jiva, sir. Nitya Baddha means they are completely against and they never run, or
Nitya Baddha means they are conditioned since Anadi Kala. Nitya Mukta is eternally liberated. Nitya Baddha, they are conditioned, they are in the material world since Anadi Kala. Like Krishna says that Anadya Vidya Yuktasya Purushasyatma Vedanam Swatona Sambhavadanya Tattvagyo Jnanado Bhavet. 11th canto in the Uddhav Gita, he says, Anadya Vidya Yuktasya. Since Anadi Kala, the Jivatma is endowed with avidya. Svatona sambhavadanyas. He cannot come out of this conditioned state on his own. Tattvagyo jnanado bhave. When a tattvagya gives the knowledge, then he can come out of that stage. Vidura asked a question to Maitreya in the third canto, that can a person obtain transcendental knowledge on his own? There's one chapter called Questions by Vidura. So in that, Prabhupada says that does a person need help of a guru? Can a person obtain knowledge on his own? The movie which came, oh my God, you are your own guru. You don't need another guru. You can become your own guru. So this verse, Krishna says that Svatona sambhavadanyas tattvagyo jnanado bhave. He cannot come out of the ignorance on his own. And this ignorance is since anadikala, anadya vidya yukta.
There will not be any jiva who is eternally envious.
Jiva in eternally?
Like Nitya Baddha means they will not be eternally like envious of Krishna.
Since anadikala, since beginningless time, we are in ignorance. But the conditioned life is beginningless, but it is not endless. The conditioned life is beginningless, but it is not endless. When a person comes in contact with a devotee, then his liberated life begins. His conditioned life comes to an end. When a person starts practicing bhakti, the conditioned life comes to an end. His liberated life begins. So liberated life has a beginning, but it is endless. Liberated life begins when a person starts the practice of bhakti, and then when he becomes mature, when he goes back to God, then it is endless. So one-sided infinity. So there are like, if you see, when we talk about Jivatma has no birth and has no death. Jivatma is never born and he will never die also. Na jayate mriyate va kadachin nayam bhutu bhavitana bhuya. So it is a both-sided, it is infinity. So never there was a beginning for a Jivatma, never there will be a death for the Jivatma. When you talk about Vaikuntha planet, it was never created at a particular point in time, it will never be destroyed. Both sides it is infinity. No beginning and no end. And material world also, no beginning and no end. The Brahmanda keeps getting created and destroyed, but the material realm as if it has no beginning. Since Anadikala it is there, it will never come to an end. Just manifestation, unmanifestation keeps happening, but the material nature, when the Bhagavad Gita, Prabhupada says that out of the 5 topics, Ishvara, Jiva, Prakriti, Kala, Karma, only karma is temporary, other things are eternal. So material world is also, it's a two-sided infinity. No beginning and no end. So Jivatma, and when we talk about Ishvara, Krishna also, it is not that he became Bhagavan at a particular point. Ishvara Parama Krishna Sachitananda Vigraha Anadi Radhir Govinda Sarva Karana Karana. Yomam Ajam Anadimcha Sarvaloka Mageshwaram. So Krishna has no beginning since Anadi Kala is Bhagavan. It's not that he became Bhagavan at a particular point in time, and he will always be Bhagavan. So all these are all Jivatma, Ishvara, Prakriti, Vaikuntha, they are all examples of both side infinity. From beginningless time, and also it will never get destroyed from that particular position. But the avidya of the Jivatma, when you talk about the avidya of the Jivatma, it is a one-sided infinity. Since beginningless time, the avidya is there. But it comes to an end when a person takes to bhakti. Avidya of the Jivatma. And liberated life, it is a one-sided infinity. It has a starting but no end. Avidya has no starting, but it comes to an end. But liberated life, when a living entity goes back to Godhead. When the Nitya Baddha living entity goes back to Godhead, he began a spiritual life at a particular point, and it will never come to any end. Even if he comes from the spiritual world, it is for the purpose of preaching, actually. Sometimes Krishna sends his Nitya Siddha his devotees in the spiritual world for preaching or delivering the people. And and then the fourth category is that which has a beginning and that which has a end. That which has a beginning, that which has a end. They are the different objects which we see in this material world. The table, it was created at a particular point in time when this maybe the building was made. And then at some point in time, it will be destroyed when the wood becomes destroyed, the decaying. So the different objects made of the material nature which we see in this world, they have a beginning and an end. Material nature itself has no beginning and no end. Jivatma has no beginning, no end. Vaikuntha has no beginning, no end. Ishvara has no beginning, no end. But the avidya of the Jivatma has a one-sided infinity. It has no beginning, but it will come to an end when a person takes to bhakti. And liberated life has a beginning, but it does not have any end. And the different objects in the material world made of the Prakriti, they have a beginning and also they have an end. Hare Krishna. So we will start the 75th chapter. We'll go to in maybe in a little fast forward. We'll go. Shri Rajo Vacha Ajatashatrostam Drishtva Rajasuya Mahodayam Sarve Mumudure Brahman Nridevaye Samagataha Duryodanam Varjayitva Rajana Sarshayasuraha Iti Shrutam no Bhagavams Tatra Karana Muchyatam.
Maharaj Parikshit said, O Brahmana, according to what I have heard from you, all the assembled kings, sages, and demigods were delighted to see the wonderful festivities of King Ajatashatru's Rajasuya sacrifice, with the sole exception of Duryodhana. Please tell me why this was so, my lord.
Duryodhanam Varjayitva, except for Duryodhana. All other people, Mumudire, Sarve Mumudire. Tatra Karana Muchyatam, please tell the reason. Next shloka. Rishiruvacha Pitamahasya te yagne Rajasuye Mahatmanah Bandhava Paricharyayam Tasyasan Prema Bandhanaha Bhimo Mahanasadyaksho Danadyakshasu Yodanah Sahadevastu Pujayam Nakulo Dravya Sadane.
Shri Bhadrirayani said, at the Rajasuya sacrifice of your saintly grandfather, his family members, bound by their love for him, engaged themselves in humble service on his behalf.
So, because of affection towards Yudhishthira Maharaj, all of them participated in the Rajasuya sacrifice. Bhimasen was in charge of the kitchen. Jiva Goswami is telling, अर्थात वहां कर्मचारियों को नियुक्त करने वाला बनाया गया. वे स्वयं भी किसी स्थान या समय में पाक कार्य करते थे. Sometimes he would be supervising, sometimes he himself would also be cooking. भीम आदि इन सभी की इन अपने अपने कर्मों में स्वाभाविक प्रवृत्ति भी थी, इन कार्यों में उनकी निपुणता भी थी और इच्छा भी थी। अतः इन सबका अध्यक्ष विशेषण के साथ निर्देश किया गया है। युधिष्ठिर के लिए महामना और महात्मना दोनों पाठ प्राप्त होते हैं। सम प्लेसेस instead of the word mahamana, mahatmana is also word is also used. And then further description of the, so in one sense Rajasuya sacrifice description is over in the previous chapter. Shukdev Goswami gave the Falastuti, but because of this question is again describing more details and the reason for Duryodhan's envy. Guru Shushrushané Jishnu Krishna Padavane Jane Pariveshane Drupadaja Karno Dane Mahamanaha.
Bhima supervised the kitchen. Duryodhana looked after the treasury, while Sahadev respectfully greeted the arriving guests. Nakula procured needed items. Arjuna attended the respectable elders, and Krishna washed everyone's feet, while Draupadi served food, and generous Karna gave out the gifts.
Yuyudano Vikarnascha Hardikyo Viduradayah Baklika Putra Buryadya Yecha Santardanadayah Nirupita Mahayagne Nana Karmasu Te Tada Pravartante Sma Rajendra Ragnya Priyachikirshavaha.
Many others such as Yudhana, Vikarna, Hardikya, Vidura, Bhurishrava, and other sons of Bahilka and Santardhana similarly volunteered for various duties during the elaborate sacrifice. They did so because of their eagerness to please Maharaj Yudhishthir, O best of kings.
Ragnya Priyachikirshavaha. So they all wanted to please Yudhishthir. So Jiva Goswami mentions an interesting point. Yudhishthir had appointed different people for different services. At that time, there was one service which was left, washing the feet of the Brahmanas or the guests. So that service was left. Because this service is a little menial service, nobody was reluctant to take up that service. क्योंकि पाद प्रक्षालन के कार्य को अन्य लोग अभिमान के कारण ग्रहण नहीं कर रहे थे और इसके बिना यज्ञ दोषपूर्ण बना रहता. Somebody had to take up the service. That time it was not Krishna was appointed. Krishna voluntarily took up that service so that the Yudhishthira Maharaj Rajasuya Yajna will not have the dosha. श्री कृष्ण ने कृपा पूर्वक विचार किया कि मेरे एकांत बंधु युधिष्ठिर का यज्ञ अधूरा नहीं रहना चाहिए, अतः ये सेवा उन्होंने ले ली. So Krishna voluntarily took that seva out of love for Yudhishthira Maharaj. And then the other things are explained how the when Karna was also implied. Morning there was a question about Karna. Karna was also given some part in giving the gifts. And 8th shloka. Ritvik sadasya bahuvitsu suhruttameshu svishteshu sunrita samarhana dakshinabhihi
Svishteshu srunruta samaharhana dakshinabhi
chaidyecha satvata patescharanam pravishte
chaide cha satvata patites charanam pravishte
chakrustatas tava brutas snapanam dyunadhyam
chakrustasastva bhrutah snapanam dyunadyam. After the priests, the prominent delegates, the greatly learned saints, and the king's most intimate well-wishers had all been properly honored with pleasing words, auspicious offerings, and various gifts as remuneration. And after the king of Chedi had entered the lotus feet of the Lord of the Satvatas, the Avabhrat bath was performed in the divine river Yamuna.
You see that all the people, the Ritviks, and they were remunerated properly, and they were also spoken with sweet words. The Yaksha Prashna also, there is a shloka in regards to how the yajna becomes completely, it becomes incomplete without the, one minute. Yajna becomes utterly incomplete without the dakshina given to the priest. The Bhagavad Gita 17th chapter, when Krishna speaks about the sacrifice in Tamoguna, Shraddha Virahitam Yagyam, Mantrahinam, Mantrahinam Asrishtannam, Mantrahinam Asrishtannam, Adakshinam, the word Adakshitam comes. Yes, sacrifice which is performed without the proper chanting of the mantras. Vidihinam, mantrahinam, Vidihinam, mantrahinam, dakshinam, viragitam yagyam, tamasam parichakshate. A sacrifice performed without following the proper rules, without the proper chanting of the mantras, without the distribution of prasadam, and without giving dakshina to the priest, such as sacrifices in the tamoguna. So here, Sundrita Samarhana Dakshinabihi. So all these were properly pleased. And then Yudhishthira Maharaj went to perform the Avabrata Snana. So it is, Jiva Goswami says that स्वस्थ चित्त होने पर तब ऋत्विक आदियों ने युधिष्ठिर को अवभृत स्नान कराया, क्योंकि यह स्नान यज्ञ के बाद होना प्रसिद्ध है। स्वस्थ चित्त होने पर अवभृत स्नान किया जाता है। इससे विशेष रूप से यहां द्योतित किया जाता है सबके सत्कार एवं शिशुपाल का कृष्ण चरणों में प्रवेश। इन दोनों कार्यों के हो जाने के बाद श्री युधिष्ठिर की अतिशय स्वस्थ चित्तता हुई। यही द्योतित करने के लिए चैद्य की मुक्ति का बाद में निर्देश किया गया। Yudhishthir had a very pleasing, pure mind after the completion of the yajna and after the killing of the Shishupal, and then he was told to perform the Abhabrata Snana. So there is a description. Mridanga Shanka Panava Dundur Yanaka Gomukaha Vaditrani Vichitrani Nedu Ravabratotsave Nartakyo Nandruturkrishta Gayaka Yuta Shojaguhu Veena Venutalonnadas Tesham sa Divamasprushat.
During the Avabhrat celebration, the music of many kinds of instruments resounded, including mridangas, conch shells, panavas, dhunduris, kettle drums, and gomukha horns.
So there's a description of the whole festival. We'll go through the shlokas. Chitradvaja patakagrair ibendra syandanarvabihi Swalankritair batair bhupa Niryayu Rukma Malinaha Yadusrinjaya Kamboja Kuru Kekaya Kosalaha Kampayanto Bhuvam Sainyair Jajamana Purassaraha Sadasya Ritvik Dvijashreshta Brahma Goshena Bhuyasa Devarshi Pitr Gandharvas Tushtuvu Pushpavarshinaha. Can read 11, 12, 13.
11. No? All the kings wearing gold necklaces then set off for the Yamuna. They had flags and banners of various colors and were accompanied by infantrymen and well-adorned soldiers riding lordly elephants, chariots, and horses. The massed armies of the Yadus, Sranjayas, Kambojas, Kurus, Kaikayas, and Kaushalas made the earth tremble as they followed Yudhishthir Maharaj, the performer of the sacrifice in procession. The assembly officials, the priests, and other excellent Brahmanas resoundingly vibrated Vedic mantras, while the demigods, divine sages, pitas, and Gandharvas sang praises and rained down flowers.
They showed flowered flowers upon them. There's a few purports to next two shlokas. Swalankrita nara naryo gandhasrak bhushanam bharaihi vilimpantyo vishinchantyo vijuhrur vividhai rasaihi taila gorasa gandoda haridra sandra kunkumaihi pumbir lipta pralimpantyo vijuhrur varayoshitaha. Can read 14, 15.
Men and women, all adorned with sandalwood paste, flower garlands, jewelry, and fine clothing, sported by smearing and sprinkling one another with various liquids. The men smeared the courtesans with a plentiful oil, yogurt, perfumed water, turmeric, and kunkuma powder. And courtesans playfully smeared the men with the same substances.
So next shloka, you can repeat after me. Gupta nribir niragaman upalabdumetad devyo yata divi vimana varai nridevyaha ta matuleya sakibi parishichyamanaha savrida hasa vikasat vadana virejuhu.
Surrounded by guards, King Yudhishthira's queens came out on their chariots to see the fun, just as demigods' wives appeared in the sky in celestial airplanes. The maternal cousins and intimate friends sprinkled the queens with liquids. The ladies' faces bloomed with shy smiles, enhancing the queen's splendid beauty.
So here, for the acharyas, they comment on the word matuleya. So Jiva Goswami says that Draupadi, Yudhishthira Maharaj's wives, Yudhishthira Maharaj's wives were Draupadi and also Yaudeyi. Yaudeyi also is a Yudhishthira Maharaj had wives apart from Draupadi. Draupadi, Yaudeyi, and others. They all had come there, the bank of the Ganges. And so at that time, Draupadi was here in this word. Matuleya means what? Matuleya means Mama ke putra, uncle's son. So Draupadi played with the uncle's son. So whom is it referring to? So Jiva Goswami is doing a commentary. So he says that in युवंतियों पर मामा के पुत्र श्री कृष्ण अपने सखाओं के साथ रंग डाल रहे थे। मातुले शब्द से यह भाव प्रकट होता है कि just like a husband, for a husband as a mama's son, for Yudhishthira Maharaj, Krishna is his uncle's son, Vasudev's son, because Vasudev's sister is Kunti. So for a wife also, she also considers Krishna as the mama's son. So पति के बांजे को कोई पत्नी भी अपना बांजा ही मानती है। इसी प्रकार यहाँ भी पति के मामा के पुत्र को पत्नियां भी मामा का पुत्र ही समझती हैं। So अपने मामा के पुत्र के साथ तो परिहास करना उचित नहीं होता। ममेरे बाई तो कृष्ण ही है, अतः मातुल शब्द से प्रसिद्ध कृष्ण को ही ग्रहण करना उपयुक्त होगा। सो इसी प्रकार यहाँ मातुले शब्द से कृष्ण को ग्रहण किया गया है। इस प्रकार कृष्ण देवर हुए और उनके साथ द्रौपदी आदि होली खेल सकते हैं। तो श्री कृष्ण के सहयोग से अन्य देवरों को भी ग्रहण कर लेना चाहिए। तो विश्वनाथ चकोर ठाकुर ऑल्सो सेज दैट मातुले शब्द से कृष्ण के हाँ, तो मातुलेय सखी भी ही, इस उत्तर वाक्य से यही ज्ञात होता है कि यह देवर पति के मामा के पुत्र था, अपने निज के मामा का पुत्र नहीं। उसके साथ परिहास करना लघु होने के कारण अनुचित ही होगा। परिणाम में यह मामा का भाई प्रसिद्ध कृष्ण ही हुए। तो व्हाट ही इज ट्राइंग टू एक्सप्लेन इज दैट कृष्णा इज द uncle son of Yudhishthir. Draupadi being the wife of Yudhishthir, Draupadi also considered Krishna as the uncle son, and it is appropriate that that Krishna is playing with Draupadi, because it may appear that what kind of playing this one, but it's appropriate according to the family relation. Draupadi was playing with the Krishna. Krishna was sprinkling some water. That is what the acharyas are trying to say. What does Prabhupada say?
Hare Krishna.
Krishna Chakot Thakur. So Vishnu Chakotaka's purport. Matuleya refers to the cousins on the husband's side. It refers to those on the wife's side. Though commonly it refers to those on the wife's side. As the sons of Vasudeva, the brother of Kunti. The wives actually joked and played with their husbands, as will be seen in the next verse, because that would be proper. It would be improper for them to joke with even Krishna, the most famous of the cousins. Therefore, the wives joked with the friends of their cousins, meaning Bhima, Arjuna, and others who were their husbands. Thus, Matulaya refers to Krishna, Gada, and Sharana, and Sakhi Bihi refers to Bhima and Arjuna. Yeah, that comes in the, I think, few verses later. How pure people, those who had pure minds, they were not affected by it. And this is a dealing between spiritual personalities. So Matulaya refers to Krishna, like that it is mentioned.
Prabhuji, here Draupadi, I faintly remember that Shri Rupa Goswami writes about Draupadi's rasa at Sakhyaras or something like that. So she's in the, like, in Mahabharata, she's like, but
Sakhyaras with Krishna.
I think something like that is mentioned.
Yes. Sakhyaras with Krishna.
And Prabhuji, here Yamuna is mentioned. So Parikshit Maharaj, when he went from to here, that is on the banks of Ganges, no? So, but from Hastinapur, Yamuna is closer. So So he went to Ganges only, na? Some devotee was- Little bit.
Ganga it is mentioned here actually.
Huh?
Mentioned as Ganga, na?
For Parikshit, na? Yeah, it is.
But here it is mentioned as Ganga.
Here all these things are happening. They are going to river Yamuna. Huh? Here. After the sacrifice for bathing and everything.
Okay, next shloka. 17th, you can read the translation. 17th.
17. Become drenched, revealing their arms, breasts, thighs.
So, Shobam Dadur Maladiyam Ruchirair Viharai. Those who had contaminated consciousness, they got agitated by seeing all these things. And then after this, Sasamradrata Maruda Sadashvam Rukma Malinam Vyarochata Swapatnibi Kriyabikraturadiva Patni Samyaja Vabrutyai Charitvate Tam Ritvijah Achantam Snapayam Chakrur Gangayam Saha Krishnaya.
The emperor mounted upon his chariot, drawn by excellent horses, wearing golden collars, appeared splendid in the company of his wives, just like the brilliant Rajasuja sacrifice surrounded by its various rituals. The priests led the king through the execution of the final rituals of Patni Samyaja and Avabrutya. Then they had him and Queen Draupadi sip water for purification and bathe in the Ganges.
So they all bathed in the Ganges, it is mentioned.
The previous one purport Acharya commentary says Yamuna is nearby only, but we should want to connect the kingdom to Ganga also. So they went to Ganga instead of Yamuna. Let that mentioned.
Okay. Somebody had question? It's a mic testing. So they all took bath in the Ganges, and then there was the kettle drums of the gods resounded along with those human beings. They all poured down showers of flowers. The citizens belonging to various Varna and Ashrama bathed in that place, where even the most grievous sinner can immediately be freed from all sinful reactions. So here the Acharyas, so they also talk about Jiva Goswami quotes from Vishnu Purana, and he tells about the importance of Avabruta Snana. विष्णु पुराण में इस अवभृत स्नान की महिमा दिखाते हुए कहा गया कि शतधन्वा को जब मयूर जन्म प्राप्त हुआ तो उसने भी इस अवभृत तीर्थ में स्नान कर शुद्धि प्राप्त की. Shatadhanva may be some king who got a peacock birth. Later, by taking the Avabhrita Snana, he got purified. पर जहां श्री युधिष्ठिर श्री वेदव्यास आदि साक्षात स्थित हों, गंगा का तट हो और साक्षात श्री कृष्ण भी उपस्थित हों, तो उस स्नान का तो कहना ही क्या है. हाँ,
Shatadhanva Krishna killed in the Mani. Shavantaka Mani.
Shankachuda, that is.
Shavantaka Mani, that past him.
Shamantaka jewel, okay.
He same.
Is it the same Shatadhanva or not specifically mentioned? And then, so the king put on new silken garments and adorned himself with the fine jewelry. Then he honored all the priests, assembly officials, learned brahmanas, and other guests by presenting them with ornaments and clothing. So 23rd shloka. Bandhu Jnati Nripan Mitra Suhrudonyam cha Sarvashah Abhikshnam Pujayamasa Narayana Paro Nripaha.
In various ways, King Yudhishthir, who had totally dedicated his life to Lord Narayan, continuously honored his relatives, his immediate family, the other kings, his friends and well-wishers, and all others present as well.
About Jiva Goswami mentions that बंधुओं में कृष्ण आदि जाति वालों में भीष्म पितामह आदि, मित्रों में विराट आदि, सुहृदों में अन्य संबंधी एवं नृपों में द्रुपद आदि का बार बार पूजन किया. नृपान यह सर्वत्र विशेष्य है. अन्य अनुदासी और जो राजा नहीं हैं, उन बंधुओं का भी पूर्ववत श्रेष्ठता के क्रम से पूजन किया, क्योंकि युधिष्ठिर नारायण पर हैं. ब्रह्मा ने कहा था, क्या आप नारायण नहीं हो, जो सभी देहधारियों का आत्मा है. उन कृष्ण की प्रीति के लिए ही यह यज्ञ किया था, जिसमें सभी नर नारी सुशोभित हुए. वी कैन सी the culture of respect shown by Yudhishthira to different personalities according to their position. Because he was Narayana Para, he performed the yajna only for the pleasure of Narayana. Next shloka. Atartvijo Mahashila Sadasya Brahmavadinah Brahmakshatriya Vitshudra Rajano Ye Samagataha देवर्षि पितृभूतानि लोकपाला सहानुगा पूजितास्तमनुज्ञाप्य स्वदामानि ययुर्नृप.
Then the highly cultured priests, the great Vedic authorities who had served as a sacrificial witnesses, the specially invited kings, the Brahmanas, Kshatriyas, Vaishyas, Shudras, demigods, sages, forefathers, and mystic spirits, and the chief planetary rulers and their followers, all of them, having been worshipped by King Yudhishthir, took his permission and departed. O king, each for his own abode.
So all of them departed to their abode. 24 is there. All the men were shown like demigods. They were adorned with the jeweled earrings, flower garlands, turbans. The lovely faces of the women were beautified by their matched earrings and locks of hair, and they all wore golden belts. So 27th shloka, important shloka. Haridasasya rajarshe
Rasasya rajarshe
Rajasuya mahodayam
Rajasuya mahodayam
Naivatrupyan prashamsanta
Naivatrupyam prashantasya
Piban martyomrutam yata.
Piban martyomrutam yatha. As they all glorified the wonderful Rajasuya Yajna performed by the great saintly king and servant of Lord Hari. They were not satiated, just as an ordinary man is never satiated when drinking nectar.
जो सभी दोषों को हरण करने वाले और रूप गुण आदि से स्वयं अपने मन को भी चुरा लेने वाले हैं, ऐसे हरि के दास के उस राजसूय यज्ञ के उदय का दर्शन कर किसी को भी तृप्ति नहीं हुई. युधिष्ठिर तो राजा भी थे और सर्व ज्ञान से पूर्ण ऋषि भी थे. राज ऋषि अर्थात राज ऋषि थे. उनके राजसूय यज्ञ की सर्व गुण पूर्णता भी सूचित हो रही थी. अतएव प्रशंसा करते हुए भी किसी को तृप्ति नहीं हुई. किंतु अनवरत प्रशंसा ही करते रहे. They were not satisfied, but they kept on glorifying. जैसे कोई मरण धर्म रोगार्थ व्यक्ति मरण आदि दुखों को हरण करने वाले परम सुखकर दिव्य रस को पान करते हुए तृप्त नहीं होता. That way they were not satisfied glorifying the Rajasya sacrifice of Yudhishthira Maharaj. So further, Jiva Goswami says that so many people left for their abodes, but Yudhishthira Maharaj could not leave Krishna. So that is, he requested Krishna to stay there. Tato Yudhishthiro Raja
यतो युधिष्ठिरो राजा
Suhrut Sambandhi Bandhavan
सुहृत् सम्बन्धि बान्धवान्
Premna Nivasayamasa
प्रेम्णा निवासयामास
Krishnam Cha Tyaga Kataraha.
कृष्णं च त्यागकातरः. At that time, Raja Yudhishthir stopped a number of his friends, immediate family members, and other relatives from departing. Among them, Lord Krishna. Out of love, Yudhishthir couldn't let them go, for he felt the pain of imminent separation.
So, उसके बाद श्री कृष्ण ने युधिष्ठिर को न चाहते हुए भी उनसे आज्ञा लेकर पत्नी अमात्यों के साथ अपने पुर प्रस्थान किया. यह बात पहले संक्षिप्त क्रम में कह दी गई थी, पर पुनः बाद में इसी क्रम से आगे विदा होंगे, यह समझना चाहिए. अर्थात सबसे पहले ऋत्विक आदि अपने अपने स्थानों को गए. For all the priests went to their abodes. फिर सुहृद भीष्म आदि they all went to their abodes. फिर संबंधी द्रुपद आदि द्रुपद went to his abode. फिर बांधव मित्र आदि तब श्री कृष्ण गए. पर स्वयं भगवान कृष्ण को रोके रखने में कारण स्नेहाधिक्यता. यह पहले कहा जा चुका है. अब कार्य के द्वारा भी उसका विशेष रूप से दर्शन कराया जाता है कि युधिष्ठिर कृष्ण का त्याग करने में विरह दुख से भयभीत हो जाते थे. So many other relatives departed, but he couldn't tolerate separation from Krishna. He was requesting Krishna to stay more time. So therefore, next shloka more clearly says, Bhagavanapi tatranga
वानपि तत्रांग
न्यवात्सीत् तत्प्रियंकरः
निवासी तत्प्रियंकरः
प्रस्थाप्य यदुवीरांश्च
प्रस्थाप्य यदुवीरांश्च
सांबादींश्च कुशस्थलीम्.
सांबादींश्च कुशलस्थली. My dear Parikshit, the Supreme Lord remained there for some time to please the king. After first sending Samba and the other Yadu heroes back to Dwaraka.
So Jiva Goswami says that although Krishna is supremely independent, Bhagavan Api, although he is supremely independent, but still out of his love towards his devotee Yudhishthira Maharaj, so therefore Krishna stayed for more time. भक्ति की प्रीति से भगवान की प्रीति और अधिक बढ़ती है. इस नियम के अनुसार कृष्ण को रुकने में अधिक प्रसन्नता ही हुई. That is why Bhagavan Api is mentioned. So one may question that, but then there were devotees in Dwaraka also. They were also pure devotees only. Then Krishna made them suffer or what? So Jiva Goswami says that द्वारका वासियों को आश्वासन देने के लिए कृष्ण ने सांब आदि को द्वारका भेज दिया था. बट स्टिल somebody may ask question, सांब आदि को भेजने से द्वारका वासियों को आश्वासन की प्राप्ति कैसे हुए होगी? Will they get satisfied simply by getting Samba's association? So then further Jiva Goswami says that उस समय कृष्ण के अंशभूत प्रद्युम्न द्वारका में ही स्थित थे, इसीलिए यहाँ केवल सांब आदि का उल्लेख किया गया है. प्रद्युम्न was already there. So therefore Krishna felt, okay, Dwarakavasi's devotees can be pacified with association of Pradyumna, Samba. So Krishna wanted to give more association to Yudhishthir because he was requesting him again. Ittam Raja Dharmasuto Manoratamaharnavam
Arnava,
Sudustaram Samuttirya
Sudustaram Sam,
Krishnenasid Gatajvaraha.
Krishnena Sitkadajvaraha.
King Yudhishthira, the son of Dharma, was at last relieved of his burning ambition, having by the grace of Lord Krishna successfully crossed the vast and formidable ocean of his desires.
Manorata Maharnavam Sudustaram Samuttirya Krishnena Asid Gatajvaraha. So, performing a Rajasuya sacrifice is such a difficult thing. We can't imagine because we don't have much experience of yajna, this one, but huge arrangement, pure ingredients. Because yajna, performing a yajna is, as I mentioned previously, even a small mistake happens, you won't get the final result. So every minute detail has to be followed. Like one of the course I had attended, Mimamsa course, in that the devotee was saying that how the description of the yajna, the Yajaman is using is feeling a itching in the back. Then he wants to scratch the back. So even the details are given that you have to scratch the back with a particular type of wood. And then those details are given. And then after the yajna is over, because that wood was used in the as part of the yajna, that becomes a sacred waste, nirmalya. So you cannot just simply throw it anywhere. Just like anything we use in the worship of the Lord, a garland or ornaments, you cannot just discard in the normal waste. It becomes a nirmalya. So then when that wood should be, the Mimamsa Shastras discuss that how after the yajna is over, you have to dig a particular hole which has a certain dimension with a certain depth, and then bury the wood in that particular hole. And suppose if a person fails to do that, if a person simply throws like that, then there is a fault in the yajna, you will not get the final result. So every minute details, every step has to be followed. So therefore, Sudustaram Samuttirya Krishnena Asid Gatajvaraha. Yudhishthira Maharaj could perform this yajna, which is very difficult, by the blessings of Krishna.
Hare Krishna. What about our Sankirtan Yajna? We probably make so many mistakes and so many faults.
In the Sankirtan Yajna, the Vedic Yajna, all these details are very minute details, have to be followed. Sankirtan Yajna, so there are different Vedic mantras you have to chant particularly, but in the holy names of Krishna, Krishna sees the mood in which a person chants. Of course, we should try to chant in a pleasing way to the proper pronunciation. Like Jiva Goswami, Sanatan Goswami, the Hari Bhakti Vilasa, when he gives the definition of japa, he says that japa means what? Shanai Shanai Suvispashtam, na drutam, na vilambitam, na nyunam, nadikam vapi, japam kuriya dine dine. One should chant the mantra in a slow, clearly pronounced manner that is neither too fast nor too slow. One should neither chant too less of a quantity nor too much. So in the chanting of the holy name, because he says us, try to chant in a clearly pronounced manner. But even if a person is unable to chant in a clearly pronounced manner, if a person has the right attitude, Krishna is being a Bhavagrahi Janardana, he accepts that mode. So we'll go ahead. Ekadantapure tasya vikshya duryodhanashriyam atapyat rajasuyasya mahitvam chachutatmanaha.
One day, Duryodhana, while observing the riches of King Yudhishthira's palace, felt greatly disturbed by the magnificence of both Rajasuya sacrifice and its performer, the king, whose life and soul was Lord Achyuta.
Achyuta Atmanaha. Mahitvam Achyuta Atmanaha. Yudhishthira Maharaj is completely attached to Krishna. So the last section talks about specifically the Duryodhan's envy. That we'll recite and repeat the next shloka. Yasmims Narendra Ditijendra Surendra Lakshmir Nana Vibanti Kila Vishwa Trijopakluptaha Tabipatin Drupada Rajasutotpataste Yasyam Vishakta Hridaya Kururadhatapyat.
Yasyam Vishaktaradaya Pururada Tapta.
In that palace, all the collected opulence of the kings of Maine, demons and gods were brilliantly manifest. Having been brought there by the cosmic inventor Mayadano, with those riches, Draupadi served her husbands, and Duryodhan, the prince of the Kurus, lamented because he was very much attracted to her.
So Vishakta Hridaya Kururad Atapyat. The Duryodhan became overcome with envy and his heart burnt. Atapyat. So when he saw the opulences, and he also saw how the Draupadi was enjoying with the husbands. Yasmimstada Madhupater Mahishi Sahasram.
Yasmin
Shroni Bharena Shanakai Panadangri
Varena Shanakai Panadham Vishobham
Madhye Sucharu Kucha Kunkuma Shonaharam
Ye Susha
Haram
Shriman Mukham Prachala Kundala Kuntaladhyam.
Shriman Mukham Prachala Kundala Kuntaladhyam. Lord Madhupati's thousands of queens were also staying in the palace. Their feet moved slowly, weighed down by their hips, and the bells on their feet tinkled charmingly. Their waists were very slender. The kunkuma from their breasts reddened the pearl necklaces, and their swaying earrings and flowing locks of hair enhanced the exquisite beauty of their faces.
So this verse describes during the Rajasuya Yajna, all the wives of Krishna were also present. When they would walk, how there was a beautiful sound which would spread everywhere. So Duryodhan, by seeing that, he became very envious. Sabhayam, and then next verses describe that how when he saw the Sabha constructed by Mayadanava, how he became envious, and then sometimes he fell at the place where there was, thinking that there was a water, he went, but then he got hurt. Some places where he thought there was no water, he fell down there. Those things are described. Sabhayam maya kliptayam kvapi dharmasuto dirat grutonu jair bandubishcha कृष्णेनापि स्वचक्षुषा आसीन कांचने साक्षात् आसने मगवाणिव पारमेष्ट्या श्रिया जुष्ट स्तूयमानश्च वन्दिभिः.
It so happened that Emperor Yudhishthir, the son of Dharma, was sitting just like Indra on the golden throne in the assembly hall built by Mayadana. Present with him were his attendants and family members, and also Lord Krishna, his special eye. Displaying the opulences of Brahma himself, King Yudhishthir was being praised by the court poets.
So, आसी कृष्णेनापि स्वचक्षुषा. एक दिन राजाधिराज युधिष्ठिर अपने भाइयों, संबंधियों एवं अपने नयनों के तारे परम हितैषी भगवान कृष्ण के साथ मयदानव की बनाई सभा में विराजमान थे. कृष्णेनापि स्वचक्षुषा. On this, Jiva Goswami is commenting, यद्यपि युधिष्ठिर सम्राट अधिराट थे, तथापि अभिमान आदि के अभाव से वे सद्धर्म में निरत थे, क्योंकि वे धर्म के पुत्र थे, तथा श्री कृष्ण आदि ही उनकी आंखें थी. कृष्णा वाज द आई ऑफ युधिष्ठिर महाराज. अथवा आत्मानंद में जिन युधिष्ठिर का ज्ञान केंद्रित था, अथवा वे युधिष्ठिर अपनी आंखों से युक्त थे, क्योंकि आंख के बिना वैसी संपत्ति भी सुखकारी नहीं होती. इसी प्रकार कृष्ण रूपी आंख के बिना यह राज्य सुखकर नहीं था. So Yudhishthira Maharaj considered Krishna as his eye, Swachakshusha. So, Krishna Chakotipad. Lord Krishna is his special eye. So Yudhishthira was surrounded by friends and attendant Sri Krishna, who acted as his eye, since Krishna advised the king on what was beneficial and what was not. So one thing in this episode we see, Pandavas had the opulences built by Mayadanava. But when Duryodhan saw those opulences, he became very envious. Pandavas, although they were living in such an opulent place, but they were not, they didn't get affected by pride or kama or ahankara. So there is one shloka in the first canto, 15th chapter. What is that shloka? Vishoka Brahma Sampatya. First canto, 15th chapter, you see that 1.15.31. Vishoko Brahma Sampatya Sanchinna Dvaita Samshayah Leena Prakriti Nairgunyad Alingatvad Asambhavah. Brahma Sampatti means wealth. Brahma Sampatti here refers to spiritual wealth. Because of possessing spiritual assets, the doubts of duality were completely cut off. Thus, Arjuna was freed from the three modes of material nature and placed in transcendence. So the Pandavas, they were actually living in such an opulent place, but because they had Brahma Sampatti, spiritual assets, so therefore, they didn't become proud because of those assets. But on the other hand, Duryodhan was not having the spiritual assets. So therefore, when he saw the opulences of Yudhishthira Maharaj, he became envious. The Bhagavad Gita also, Krishna uses a similar word. Daivi Sampat Vimokshaya Nibandaya Surimata Asura Sampadim Deivim. Daivi Sampat Vimokshaya Nibandaya Surimata Ma Shruchas Sampadam Devim Abhijatosi Pandava. After Krishna describes the demoniac qualities, so Arjun thinks that maybe because I become ready to fight the battle, maybe I am also having these demoniac qualities. So Krishna says that Daivi Sampat Vimokshaya. You have a Daivi Sampat. So Mashucha Sampadam Daivim. Do not worry. You don't have these asuri qualities. You have Daivi Sampat. So here, Duryodhan and others, Duryodhan because he lacked that Daivi Sampat, or because he lacked that Brahma Sampatti, so therefore by seeing the opulence of the Mayadanava, he became envious. So from another point of view, Mayadanava was a demon. So this Sabha was created by a demon. If we see the modern technology advancement, they are also in one sense created to some degree or other with a demoniac mindset to control the nature, to bring everything under one's control. So it's also the creation of people with to some degrees of demoniac mentality only. So when we use those technology, if we don't have the Brahma Sampatti, if we don't have a spiritual assets, then because of the contact of the say technology created by the modern demons, we can get affected. That means in using the technology, because it is invested with the certain controlling mindset. Any technology, this one. But if we don't have a Brahma Sampatti, that means if we are not properly doing our sadhana, direct spiritual activities, we can get affected by the particular mindset which is there within the technology. So those who don't have the Brahma Sampatti, so then they get addicted to the technology, or in the course of using the technology, one can come in contact with many other unwanted things. The mind can become polluted. So therefore, while using the opulences, one has to be, if a person does not have the Brahma Sampatti, then one can get affected, one can get contaminated by that. So in the case of Bali Maharaj, whatever opulences he had obtained the opulences by usurping the kingdom of Indra. So when Krishna takes away the opulences of a devotee, he takes away the opulences which are obtained by wrong means. Bali Maharaj took away those opulences of Bali Maharaj. Krishna took away those opulences of Bali Maharaj which are obtained by wrong means. So next shloka, 36, last few shlokas will complete fast. 36. Tatra Duryodhano mani parito bhratrubirnripa kirita mali nyavishat asihasta shipandrusha.
Proud Duryodhan, holding a sword in his hand and wearing a crown and a necklace, angrily went into the palace in the company of his brothers, O king, insulting the doorkeepers as he entered.
Once Duryodhan went in a very proud manner along with his brothers. And because his mood itself was so angry, was so puffed up, so the other doorkeepers, other people would come as a guide, because this Mayadanava's Bhavan is a little, it is endowed with certain something you see like some water, but there is no water there. Where you don't see water, there is water there. So without a guide, one can fall down in some place, one can get hit in some place. There were guides were there, but because Duryodhan's mood was so proud and he was very angry, so no guide came near him. That's why Jiva Goswami says that अतः जल आदि का परिचय कराने वाला कोई नहीं था, अथवा दुर्योधन के अभ्यस्त मार्ग का अत्यंत ईर्ष्या और क्रोध के कारण परित्याग कर दिया था. So other people who are guides, they didn't come near Duryodhan. So therefore, he didn't know how to go. So therefore, he made mistakes. Sthale abhyagrishnad vastrantam jalam matva sthale patat jale cha sthalavat brantya mayamaya vimohitah jahasa bhimastam drishtva striyo nripatayo pare निवार्यमाणा अप्यंग राज्ञा कृष्णानु मोदिताः.
Bewildered by the illusions created through Maya Danav's magic, Duryodhan mistook the solid floor for water and lifted the end of his garment, and elsewhere he fell into the water, mistaking it for the solid floor. My dear Parikshit, Bhima laughed to see this, and so did the woman, kings, and others. King Yudhishthir tried to stop them, but Lord Krishna showed his approval.
So Ragnya Krishna Anumoditah. Yudhishthira Maharaj felt it should not be laughed, he stopped. It's not some people actually quote this incident and say that, see, Draupadi, she laughed at Duryodhan. And they justify the Duryodhan, Dushasan disrobing Draupadi by quoting this incident because they insulted. No, it was not it's just a circumstantial thing. It's not that they were always envious of Duryodhan and others. One cannot make the circumstantial nature as one's core nature. The naturally the laughter came out. And Yudhishthira Maharaj tried to stop that. But Krishna approved by his eyebrows and others. Ragnya Krishnanu moditaha. So therefore, Yudhishthira Maharaj also did not put more effort to stop when he saw that Krishna is encouraging them. So Yoga Goswami says that अपने श्री नेत्रों के चोर एवं मुस्कान आदि से उन लोगों को हंसी कराने के लिए प्रेरित किया. So when Shukdev Goswami is narrating this, Shukdev Goswami is calling Parishit Maharaj by the word Anga. In which shloka? 38th. निवार्यमाणा अप्यंग राज्ञा कृष्णानुमोदिताः. हे अंग, इस संबोधन से ज्ञात होता है कि भगवान के अनुमोदन को देखकर राजा युधिष्ठिर भी अपने हंसने वालों को पूर्णतः रोकने में असमर्थ रहे. श्री कृष्ण की हास प्रौढ़ता को स्मरण कर श्री शुकमुनि का हंसते हुए संबोधन है, हे हंग. Shukdev Goswami is also addressing Parishit Maharaj in with laughter by calling him as a Anga, because he is also involved in the pastime, because Krishna is encouraging Draupadi and Bhima to laugh. So Shukdev Goswami also got involved in that mood, and he is also laughing and addressing Parishit Maharaj by calling, hey Anga. So 39th shloka. Yes. Yes. Yeah.
They did not mean like that. But we hear like they say that Ande ka beta anda. He fell down there.
Yeah,
So
Krishna encouraged because he said this will be the cause of the future Kurukshetra war by which the burden of the earth can be reduced.
So there was some ridicule because they were also made to suffer by Duryodhana for so long time.
That's why the Pandavas were made to suffer so long.
Yes.
That's what Bhishma is telling the first canto.
Hmm.
Yad
So there
Nakyasya Karhichit Rajan Puman Veda Viditsitam Yad Vijigyasaya Yukta Mukhyanti Kavayopihi. Pandavas had no karma, but they are made to suffer because Krishna glorified the character of the Pandavas. Generally, one should not make a laughter, should not make others' heart pain by laughing. Sometimes it just comes spontaneously, something that one is unable to, this one, then that's all right. But at least one should not, in the mood of some putting that person down or with the envy towards other person, in that mood one should not laugh. And even otherwise, even if the person is misunderstanding your laughter, then also one should not laugh. Chitraketu Maharaj laughed at Shiva. He was, he didn't have a very, like he was seeing, he didn't have a very envious mood. But Parvati misunderstood that. Then Parvati cursed Chitraketu Maharaj.
So if we laugh, do we also get implicated?
It depends on other person whom we are laughing at. So sometimes if that person takes it as an insult, and then he wants to take a revenge, and then we unnecessarily invite troubles. So last two shlokas will recite. So you can repeat after me. Savridito Vagvadano Rusha Jwalan Nishkramya Tushnim Prayayau Gajahvayam Haheti Shabda Sumahanabhut Satam Ajata Shatrur Vimana Ivabavat Babuva Tushnim Bhagavan Buvobaram Samujjihirshar Brahmatisma Yadrisha.
Humiliated and burning with anger, Duryodhana turned his face down, left without uttering a word, and went back to Hastinapur. The saintly persons present loudly cried out, "Alas, alas!" And King Yudhishthir was somewhat saddened. But the Supreme Lord, whose mere glance had bewildered Duryodhana, remained silent, for his intention was to remove the burden of the earth.
So Krishna remained quiet. यह दुर्योधन नीचा मुख कर क्रोध में जलते हुए निकलकर चुपचाप हस्तिनापुर लौट गया। यह देख संतों के बीच महान हाहा शब्द हुआ, क्योंकि उनके हृदय में उस महादुष्ट से भविष्य में अनिष्ट की आशंका हुई। अजात शत्रु होने के कारण महाराज युधिष्ठिर सहज कृपा से अन्य मनस्क से हो गए, अर्थात कुछ दुखी हुए। बबुव तूष्णिम इस आधे पद्य में कहते हैं कि भगवान चुप रहे, क्योंकि उनके पृथ्वी का भार दूर करने की अभीष्ट की सिद्धि हो रही थी। So, as you asked, every person has a good side and a bad side. But depending on how we deal with the person, we have the choice whether to bring out the good side or the bad side of the person. Although a person may have a bad side, but if we deal with the person nicely, we can bring out the good side of the person. Dhruva Maharaj wanted to take a revenge against Suruchi, Nonsense, because if Uttanapad had not remained silent, with Dhruva Maharaj would not have thought in that way. Uttanapad's silence brought out the bad side of Dhruva. If Uttanapad had chastised Suruchi, then maybe Dhruva Maharaj would not have gone that way. So therefore, yeah, we have to, if our laughter is going to bring out the bad side of the other person, is going to misunderstand, then we have to control the laughter definitely. So Krishna remained silent because he thought that this is a good opportunity for the future Kurukshetra war. The last shloka. Yetatte bihitam rajan yat prushtohami hatvaya suyodanasya dauratmyam rajasuye mahakratau.
I have now replied to your question, O king, concerning why Duryodhana was dissatisfied on the occasion of the great Rajasuya sacrifice.
This way Shukdev Goswami completes the answer to Parikshit Maharaj's question. Hare Krishna.
This humiliation of Duryodhana, Prabhuji, this happened after the sacrifice, no?
After the, or maybe
Before
somewhere
also.
during that time also it could be, I think.
At the end, they are mentioning that on the occasion of sacrifice, he was before, I think.
They had all come for the sacrifice. Just immediately after completion or before completion, not exactly mentioned. Mahabharata also, we see how the Duryodhana's envy increased. As I mentioned yesterday also, Duryodhana narrates in 2-3 chapters, he narrates to Shakuni what all gifts Yudhishthira Maharaj received. And then he said, I cannot live, by seeing the opulences, I cannot live. So Duryodhana's, and then only Shakuni tells that, let us invite him for the gambling match. And then Duryodhana goes and blackmails Dhritarashtra. If you don't invite him for the gambling match, I will commit suicide. Like that, he would blackmail. Then Dhritarashtra invites Yudhishthira for the gambling match. Any other comments or questions? Anything?
Krishna?
Hmm. 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 Hmm.
Right consciousness. Because these things now Yudhishthir Maharaj is accepting. Also, at the same time, he is in right consciousness. So, how do we digest this? Because I have heard that the most difficult thing to digest is the respect which is offered.
Shastra gives a solution, Dambo Mahadupasaya. By serving the great souls, a person becomes free from pride. So to at least have connection with some advanced devotee, some mature devotee, that is keeping that connection is always helpful to protect ourselves from pride. So in the various examples in the Shastras also we see that when somebody meets who meets another person who is superior in that opulence, then that pride naturally goes. Mandata saw the opulences of Saubari Muni. Although Mandata was the emperor of the whole, I think, planet, but by seeing the opulence of Saubari Muni, he became humble and he desired to retire. Brahmaji, when he saw the opulence of Krishna, then he was completely humbled. So therefore, in one sense, to have the association of somebody who is better than us in any skill, not only in skill, but more advanced spiritually, that is a blessing because that protects us from pride. And one can seek out that such an association also. And then Dambo Mahadupasaya, that is mentioned. And pride also being also having association of the equals. Equals, they may not respect the way maybe other juniors whom we preach, they respect us. So being available to the equals, having the association of the equals, that also keeps us grounded. And to think that, okay, when we think that this service can be done only by me, then that is a sign of pride. This service, I cannot do this service at all because it is below my dignity. That is also a sign of pride. So one should never think, oh, without me, nobody can do this service. When we try to train others, empower others, train others, that also helps us to avoid pride because suppose this particular service only we are doing, then that will because of that we can become proud. So when we train others, so more people are there available for this service, especially something leadership or something, that will protect us from pride. And sometime taking up some simple services, doing simple services, that also helps us. Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna. So, Hare Krishna, we thank with our whole heart, Prabhuji, for giving us 3 days full absorbed Krishna conscious talks, describing from different acharyas, purports, commentaries, and explaining to many of our questions. So we have heard earlier Prabhuji in our Bhakti Bible classes. So we always remember that we wanted to hear him again. And Prabhuji's Vani is like a mega Vani sometimes. So Prabhuji really enforces the things very nicely, very peacefully tells the things. And anybody can approach Prabhuji and learn from him the great wisdom of knowledge. Himself is also learning Sanskrit. So also giving classes, Sanskrit classes, and great learned in Srimad Bhagavatam and Bhakti scriptures. So we always seek to have his association in future so that we can learn this.
Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna mantra.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare
Hare Ram, Ram Ram. Hare.
Definitely, our devotees are so expertly, nicely trained by Radheshyam Prabhu and others. Such a deep Vaishnava etiquette, Vaishnava service attitude. I am actually far below all of you. I have many deficiencies. There are many more devotees who can present in a much better manner. But I thought to get the association of all of you with the medium of Srimad Bhagavatam, I accepted this. Thank you for accepting my services, and please forgive me for spoken anything improper. Hare Krishna. ग्रंथराज श्रीमद् भागवतम की जय, श्रील प्रभुपाद की जय, गौर भक्त वृंद की जय।
Hare
Just-
Krishna. Regarding closed book exam, we will inform you on through SMS or WhatsApp. And next Bhakti Vedanta class will happen in January month. So marathon and Maharaj Yatra, so we are giving holiday for next 2 months. Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna.
They also they stayed in the Vaikunta also, and then they came and
that's also it.
in that case, how the separation, they're not feeling some Lord in that sense. Then they are also. But they ask for three lifetimes, so they can quickly come back.
They don't feel separation.
There are some.
One purport it is mentioned, Jai Vijay.
Check out the Gurumara Satyanarayana. The name